Me.
Eloquently petty, articulate assholery, Negro swag. You already know what time it is. Let's do it again. Let's do it again. Turn this music down. Maybe I gotta turn my mic up. I know last time y'all had issues. What's good, everybody in the building? Yeah. This shit is burning up the internet. This shit is burning up the internet. Shout out to everybody else in the space that already touched on this topic. There's a few niggas that already touched on it. Shout out to Tito. Shout out to nigga Tito. Alright, shout out to Fantastic. Now, whether I agree with your stance on it or not, shout out to you. Alright, let's run through these names because we ain't gonna bullshit tonight. We gonna get right into it. Shout out to Adric, Win Lose or Raw, my man Mike Berg. Alright. Alright, what up, A-More? What up, Seth? What's going on, Seth? Tiger Crane, I see you. Alright. Alright. Home rule news, what's going on? Coffee. What's up? Hall of Fame was good, bro. He said I'm about to watch Mission Impossible. Oh my, okay. Notification came through this time. Adrian Hicks is in the building. I figure more people to jump in as we continue. But it ain't gonna be no ado on this one. Alright? As soon as the music stops. As soon as the music stops. As soon as that shit stops. That motherfuckers stop. Yo, we gonna get right into this. Nigga, I started to see the clips on this shit, and I was like, "Yo, this is definitely one of those." This is definitely one of those, yo. So there's a lot about this to speak on. Seth, I see you. I already see you. All right, there's a lot to say about this. Terry Gold, what's going on? Maggie, how you doing? Oh, damn, Maggie, I should have had that shit that you sent me ready for ready for the stream, man. This was a last minute one. I just finished. I watched the whole thing. I watched the whole debate. Made it through. Watched the whole damn debate. There's a couple guys that did, commentary on this thing that did not watch the whole thing. You need to watch the whole thing from beginning to end. Now, start here. Let's start here. And shout out to Kev, Black Men Being Brutally Honest. Did I post this shit on Facebook? I don't think I inboxed this. Yo, share this stream to your peoples. I'm about to do some sharing right now because I ain't do my usual sharing. Because a lot of people be complaining that they won't be getting notifications. By the way, last week was the Urban X Awards. All right. Okay, surrounded by whores over the weekend, and just not offend the easily offendable motherfuckers that's deprived the pussy and shit that hate to see me next to an ass or a vagina. I'm gonna post my videos on Patreon this time. So if you want to be mad, you want to be offended, go to the Patreon. It's gonna be on there. You gotta pay to be mad now. All right. They gave niggas shit for free. You know what I'm saying? I don't give a fuck. I'll throw it out to you guys. Niggas want to hate. Niggas want to get mad. Patreon, niggas. You want to see some ass? You want me to slap some ass? You want to see me squeezing some ass? You want me to see me talking to the porno bitches? Patreon, niggas. Now, you know, with few exceptions. Yeah, so yeah, that's where I'm at with it now. Y'all gotta go there and see the shit now, because you know, post some shit on YouTube with, you know, with the whores, niggas get mad, niggas get in their feelings. Fuck that this time. It's different now. Change the shit up. Okay. Let me send this shit to a few of the compadres. I see some of y'all already here, so I'll spare you the inbox. Okay. Now, to be honest, this topic is cause for another politics as usual discussion, because there's a couple of the conservatives that, you know, I had inbox discussions with on this topic. And yeah, shout out to my man Rob. Rob, nigga, we need you for this discussion, man. We need you for this discussion. So we're gonna get right into this. On the onset, let me say this: I do not fuck with Amanda Seales. I want to make that clear. Okay, I want to make that clear. The funny thing about that is this: a lot of you guys didn't forget the shit that Amanda did and said in the past on niggas, but y'all forgot about Candace Owens. Candace Owens is not a friend of this room. I don't give a fuck how much she say that y'all motherfuckers agree with. Shout out to Dom, I see you. Dominique, I see you, bro. I don't give a fuck how much shit Candace say that y'all agree with. Y'all forgot the other bullshit. Y'all forgot. She sold y'all niggas up the river some time ago to be with them people. But y'all forgot that, but y'all remember Amanda. I'm calling y'all bullshit out. Okay. I ain't forgetting neither one of these bitches. As a matter of fact, I'd like to see them go at it. That's the shit I want to see. I want to see the ridiculous left bitch go against the ridiculous right bitch. That's what I want to see. Amanda Seales versus Candace Owens. That's the fight. I don't want to see these bitches debate college students and shit like this. No, I want to see them debate each other, since they wanted to avoid real debaters. Anyway, we're going to share this screen. So check this out. Tito did this shit earlier, and his shit got knocked down. So we're going to be very careful about what I display on the screen, because Jubilee is not playing. Jubilee is not playing about this video. Okay? It's called One Black Radical versus 20 Black Conservatives, featuring Amanda Seales, our favorite. If a motherfucker that don't understand sarcasm when they hear it, nigga, I'm being sarcastic. I'm mad I have to say shit like that, because niggas is stupid. All right? Start talking to y'all like BGS talk to y'all. All right? For the niggas in the back. Okay? This motherfucker calling me right now. I can't talk to you right now, motherfucker. I'm on live. I'm on the stream. All right, so we're going to go right into this. I don't know why it's not coming up. Let me stop this shit. Fucking StreamYard with they bullshit. All right, because I'm going to share the screen, and then we just going to listen to audio, because I ain't in the mood to have my shit stripped down. I don't know how Fantastic made it through his stream without getting the shit ripped down. So, yeah, One Black Radical, as she called herself. She called herself a Black Radical. All right. Let's go. Let me put the
Black culture is toxic. And let's get on the fact that there's no fathers in the black home. Let's talk about that.
Stop. You're talking to a radical, not a Democrat. The radical mind state simply is living opposite to our colonizers, which is an imperialist, capitalist mind state. And radical Blacks do not believe that that is any way for us.
So this is a preliminary. I don't really know what that means, living opposite to our oppressors. Like, what that mean? If they're civilized, we ain't. Like, I don't know. But yeah, we gonna keep it moving. Let's go.
Have liberation. Well, here's what you all keep doing. You keep interrupting me when I'm talking, and you don't want to hear the point that I'm going to make. And yet,
so let's skip through this.
And today, I am an annoying person on the internet who always tells the truth, and I am now an artistic intellectual who commits myself to making art that educates. And today, I am surrounded by 20 Black conservatives. My first claim is it is undeniable that reparations are just and necessary.
Now, I wish I had conservative here for this. Hood, if you're in the building, let me know. All right. Now, by show of ones, I need to know who in here considers themselves conservative. What's going on, Complex? He's an anti-capitalist. Keep it 100. What's good, bro? All right. Saint, what's up? Said Mr. O, the wild scissor party. I'm gonna pop this shit up on the screen every now and then, right? But I'm worried about these motherfuckers, and they flag Tito. I don't want this shit to get shut down. Ray, we said I'll share that shit on Rumble and be good, son. No doubt. No doubt. So let's hear what she's talking about. I watched this shit. I do have an opinion on it, but let's go.
NVIDIA.
So basically what she's doing is, for those who didn't see the video, she's sitting in the middle and they counting down, and somebody has to run to the middle to talk to her and debate with her. So all right, so let me show y'all who she's talking to right now. She's talking to your boy. This cat, you've seen him. He's a content creator. You've seen his ass before. You know what I'm saying? Like, typical conservative guy, you know what I'm saying? At least on the internet. Now, I'm gonna say this. You know what? I'll save it. I'll save what I'm gonna say. Let me play this shit. Let me play it. Let me let y'all hear some of these points these niggas is making.
All right, reparations, fair, necessary. My question would be, who's going to get it? Why would they get it? And how long are we gonna sit here focusing on trying to get reparations? It's been how many years since slavery? 150 years, 1865. Whenever there's a real thing that this country wants to do, they do it. Stop Asian hate. Okay, there's a problem with the Asian hate. Let's draft a bill, sign it, and it's done. Anything that needs to be done is done.
So the way he worded that, anything real that needs to be done, this country just does it. Because those are the real things. The things that they actually get done are real. Those are the real things. I don't understand what the fuck that's supposed to mean. What does that mean? If it's real, it gets done. Like, if it's real. So this is a fake thing. Reparations is a fake thing. It's not real. So it shouldn't be done because they ain't in a hurry to do it. I'd like to see some comments relating to that right there. But yeah, ABL. They say sniping reactions. Let me scroll back up. Let me see. I'm here, Mr. New and the Buddy Hop with the Wu-Tang. Okay. Fucking Dom. Said all BGS audience members are in the back of the short bus. You crazy. Just audio, no visuals. You can't hear me? Can y'all hear me? Can y'all hear me? Okay, Adrian. Okay, y'all can hear me because he says real equals not for Negroes. Yeah. All the real shit that gets handled, the Asian stop Asian hate. That was a real bill. You know what I'm saying? That was some shit that needed to get handled because we got to protect the Asians because that's a serious thing that needs to happen. You know what I'm saying? Fuck y'all niggas, right? Let the cooning begin, right? Let's go. I'm gonna play some more.
It's a carrot they dangle in front of us that they don't really want to do, and it's not going to help. We need education. Oh, it's not going to help. No, it's not. We need education. Getting a check from the government is not going to do that. And we need proper education. A lot of us go to these institutions where we're not really prepared, we're not really focused, and we don't get things that help us in the real world. So if you want to help Black people, a check from the government, from our tax dollars is going to get raised because, let's be clear, everybody in here is Black. We all American. We all got to pay taxes. It'll go to that. So I don't really see how this is going to help us at all.
Okay.
So he's worried about our taxes going up because of reparations. Our taxes go up for many other reasons that don't benefit us at all. I'm trying to understand the logic in that. Now, I'm with Seth. I feel like this, right? I feel like this. There's a lot of these people that are up there. I don't know who picked these people. I don't know who picked these conservatives, right? When I do my politics as usual, I try to pick people along the spectrum. These motherfuckers here it's like they picked the same kind of conservative across. Like they picked 20 hood conservatives. They picked 20 hood conservatives, right? And that's how I feel about this. Now, although I think they picked the worst people to debate her, right? And it makes her look like, a savant in comparison. It's still fun to watch, y'all. It's still fun to watch. Let's listen to some of the dumb shit. Even the conservatives are mad, like, where the fuck did they get these niggas? You know what I'm saying? Fuck did they get these niggas? So let's play a little bit more.
Well, first I'll start with, it will help on even just a moral level. The reality is that the United States has become very comfortable with the fact that it does not consider Black people equal. And it shows that in many ways that I'm sure we will discuss over the course of today. But ultimately, there has not been a committed, concerted effort to shifting the mindset around the use of Black people as a labor force in this nation back when it was slavery, now in the use of slavery as slave labor in prisons. So on a basic cultural level, reparations are an act of repair. They are an effort to say, our bad, we see you now. We have seen that done with Japanese folks who were put in internment camps. We have seen that done with Jewish folks. We have seen that done even in the case of slave owners who received reparations. When it comes to the use of tax dollars to pay reparations, and this is going to come up a lot today, it's a matter of values, right? For me, my value system circulates around the fact that I think that as a community, we should all be engaged in repair for our community. So I don't think there should be any problem with there being tax dollars spent at repairing consistent efforts that have been made to impede Black people. So the reparations you're talking about are not just related to slavery. There's reparations that have been discussed all over this nation in different communities as it relates to particular massacres, as it relates to redlining and the impediment of Black people to earn wealth by having property. There's been impediments in various ways that can be repaired. And I want to also just add, there's reparations that are considered a cash payment from a government. There's also the version of reparations that shows up.
So what's going on, Salty? Said $4.99 from Salty. What you said to the Cash App or something? If that's what you did, I appreciate that. Because YouTube be in the nigga pockets. $4.99 from Salty Balls. The Dems are so desperate to discredit the rise of Black conservatives. They got goofies and parrots. Yeah. The one, my man G. They all cooning. We only argue about money coming to us. They don't care where it go, just not Negroes. That's a fact. It's only a handout when it's for niggas. It's only a handout when it's for niggas. Now, I'm going to tell you, conservatives, although you might say these are the worst kind of conservatives, they're here. What I wonder is this. This is my question for the conservatives that don't like these conservatives. How many debates you get in with these types of niggas? It is my belief, right, that the same way on the left, you got like ridiculous, extreme, far left people. You hardly get any moderate liberal correcting an extreme liberal. And I think the same happens on the right. Right? I'm not saying it never happens. I'm saying it hardly happens. Right? Typically, the left nor the right corrects is extremists. But anyway, let's go. Spawn, what's going on, man? He said nigga conservative just as bad, if not worse. Yeah, so I do, me personally, I do acknowledge that all conservatives are not the same. And same thing about people on the left. You know, they're not, everybody's not the same. He said regularly you have right and left side coons. Yeah, facts. Let's go.
In how funds are applicated to specific groups of people. So there's multiple ways in which what you're stating cannot happen could very well happen.
If you want to build an app and have no idea how to code.
Hey, shut up. Care about your commercials. Okay, let's bring this back. But yeah, so let's keep going.
Okay, now as far as the money going towards certain things is going to help us, let's look at Baltimore public schools. They get, I think, the third most money per pupil in the US of A, like $15,000 per student, but yet the majority of the population that comes from that environment can't read. They're illiterate. So we're dumping money on the situation, yes, but yet we're not getting the results we should get from it. Money's not going to help the thing. We need to just focus on what we need to focus on. As far as Black people being labor force of this country, what else are we doing?
Let's talk about that education thing. How come money always seems to help everybody else but us? Like any effort to say, yo, Black people need this or Black people need that. Black people or these types of niggas shut the shit down, saying, no, we don't need that. It's one thing to say, yo, fuck waiting for them to give it to us. Let's do this or that or this or create this or that or this. It's one thing to say that. It's a whole nother thing to say, yo, even if we get it, it's gonna, like, for some reason, benefits and money and aid is gonna hurt us in a way that ain't hurt nobody else. So if you give our schools money, right? The first argument people make is, well, higher taxes are paid in these white areas and they got more money for the school and that's why shit coming. But for some reason, like, our shit just won't change with more money. We don't know where the money going. We don't know what they're doing with the money. So saying that Baltimore schools, and they always pick the worst examples to make these fucking arguments, but oh, Baltimore's getting this amount and the kids can't read. How do you, what's the correlation? What's the correlation? I would like to hear someone in the chat tell me, begin this shit with correlation. Explain what y'all might think the correlation is, right? All right. My argument has always been that the closest Blacks will ever get to reparations is the ability to leave America and build your own empire overseas. When Loser Rug says they are white aligned. Adrian says, because niggas is loathsome, niggas is loathsome and think that they can do for themselves into the game, wealth-wise. Yeah. Said they use our money to purchase resources, poor resources for us. The people who get it aren't the ones that care. Right? Said the correlation is because they're niggas. Snaz was good, bro. Reynolds, what's going on? Said, who the hell listens to that lion? She devil. What? Didn't she try to take down a Black doctor? Yes, she did. This ain't about that today. What's going on, Reynolds? This ain't about that today. This is what I want people to do. Just for the purposes of this discussion, right? I don't want you to like her because I don't. I want to make this perfectly clear. I'm not telling motherfuckers to like this bitch today. Right? I'm not telling people to like her today. For the purposes of this discussion, what we know about her, put it aside and let's talk about the discussion. Right? Let's talk about what's being spoken about. Forget that you know everything that you know about her. Just for a minute. Right? So yeah. No, she did do that and we ain't forget about it. So I want you to understand, I'm not telling you, yo, she's the new. No. Same bitch. Okay? So let's put that aside for a second, just for today.
25% of us on some kind of government assistance. 1 out of every 3 Black men will go to jail. We got to do something. We got to work with our hands, work with tools, do something, because we're not doing much of anything. And
so this nigga just said that he doesn't want to allocate more money to schools or help the kids learn to read. That's a waste of money. But then turn around and also say, well, a lot of us are on public assistance. Nigga, what? So how do you want to fix that? How do you want to fix it? Education ain't one of those things that might help. Yeah, compartmentalize. Thank you. Exactly. Compartmentalize, niggas. Yes, that's ABL. It is. Right. It is. That is ABL talking. So let's continue.
And also, one more piece here. Reparations, again, always dangling in front of us, never going to happen. As long as you've been living, as long as I've been living, as long as everybody been living, they say we need it, and it never gets done. One more piece.
You just said one more piece.
So yeah, he did say one more piece. That's not a good argument. Just because it hasn't been done, that we shouldn't, like, if the argument is reparations are needed, the argument against that is, oh, it ain't happened, so we don't need it. That's corny. That's corny. Yeah, win, lose, or rug. A lot of these guys are gonna say a lot of this shit that you already heard already. There's gonna be nothing new about what they're saying. But let's keep going.
You adding another one.
I promise.
So hold on to it. No, hold on to it.
I'm gonna land the plane. I'm gonna land the plane. I promise. Reparations is a thing. Like I said, it's a carrot that's dangling in front of us. They're never really going to get it done. And if it was going to get done, it would have already been done. It's just something that they're using to try and make us stay Democrat. That's what I wanted to say.
Well, Democrats are not doing reparations either. This is nonpartisan. This is black partisan based.
She's correct. Selling reparation ain't got shit to do with either party. With either party. Right? That was whack, and I'm sure the conservatives know that was a whack talking point that he just made. They selling reparations to make black people be Democrat. The Democrats don't even want it. The Democrats done told us flat out, we ain't doing shit for you niggas. All right? $1.99 from Adrian Hicks. That's that toxic perfectionism. What is this? These are super chats coming in. They look different. Hold on. Let me look at the other screen. Okay, I see. Okay, I see it on here. Okay, so these are super chats. Okay, I appreciate it, man. Because it's telling me on the screen, the StreamYard, it keeps changing the StreamYard up, man. It's confusing shit out of me. Yeah, that was when Loser Rug says that was a horrible argument. Yes, it was. It was a horrible argument, man. But yeah, I do agree. Conservative guys in the chat, I do agree. These motherfuckers are whack. They're whack. I've heard better conservative talking points than this. But let's continue. But mind you, some of these niggas got audiences, man. Some of these niggas got audiences on the tube, right? But they ain't saying much.
Okay. Well, this is nonpartisan.
Who do we vote for? 93% of the time. There's no incentive.
To be quite honest, you're not talking to a Democrat. You're talking to a radical.
Okay, but let's land this plane very quickly. Who do we vote for?
Let's land this plane quickly.
You're talking
to a radical, not a Democrat.
Okay, and you are your own person.
Let me tell you something now. I don't know what they told you, but if they told you that cutting me off is how we're going to get clicks, stop it now.
Oh. So let me speak to that for a second. Now, as far as he's concerned, I feel as though most of the people on the right that I talk to, they cannot debate outside of the premise that the person criticizing the right is a liberal. I think that a lot of people find it very hard. People on the right, they can't argue outside of the premise that the person they're talking to that's criticizing Republicans, right, or the right, or conservatives, is a liberal. You are not conservative, therefore you're liberal, and that's fallacious, right? It's bad. It's faulty. Just want to point that out. Secondly, now she's calling them out for cutting her off, which at this point is very valid. It's going to get crazy later between her and other people, but I'm not mad. A lot of people are going to get mad or they'll see her spaz out or whatever at certain points of the conversation. And at this point, in this particular case, it's valid because she did sit there and she did hear him out. Let's be fair. I'm going to be fair to her, right? There's past conversations that she contradicts herself in this conversation. She contradicted herself in the past. I want to also point that out, right? But for the purposes of today's discussion, let's be fair. She's still that nut bitch. Okay? That hasn't changed. But he did cut off and, she did hear him out and she's checking him. Marcus, these young black people are no different than far-right liberals. They use media talking points, but never as a whole, and they sound like white extremists. Yeah. So let's go. Yeah. Diogamy says both sides have that annoying over-talking discursive tactics. Yeah, they do. Let's go.
No. That's not how we're gonna. That's not how we're gonna enter.
We having a debate.
A debate does not require continuously cutting somebody off.
Okay, no problem.
Now, I do want to state this: you're stating things as it relates to how money is not fixing a problem, without acknowledging the fact that the problem doesn't exist in a vacuum, and that there are so many other factors that are determining how that money is getting spent to impede it from actually fixing a problem. You can put all the money into Baltimore public schools you want, but if you are also putting all this money into policing, into communities that are not getting resources, then you are also creating your own conundrum. The other part of this is that when you're saying they, the they is a broad context. And the last part of this that I will say is that you keep saying they're dangling this in our face. They're dangling in our face. Slavery lasted for 400 years. It hasn't even been 400 years since slavery. So should we be only fighting for a quarter of the time to get repair?
All right. I'm so sorry. You've been.
So right at this point, what happens is they all put their flags up to vote him out of the chair so they can get him up out of there and switch to somebody else. So that's the format of it. They call somebody up, somebody gets the chair like it's some Family Feud shit. And hey, thank you, Jason Bass, for the $2. All right. So got him up out of there. I'm seeing comments saying that he cooked her. Other places, other streams, other comment sections, I'm seeing it. He cooked her. No, I don't think so. I'm going to try to be as objective in watching this as I possibly can. No, he did not cook her. That did not happen. He made a bunch of weak ass points. JB says it's extremely easy in these spaces to get labeled as a communitized sympathizer when bringing up something that doesn't match the online narrative. Depends on what that is. I hear you, but depends. All right. So let's continue. They about to call somebody.
Voted out by the majority.
All right.
Please return to your seat.
Okay.
Give me all your love. Pull up, order me. Watch how simple this is. I'm gonna drag and drop.
All right. Okay, so let's see who they get up here. I'm trying to do this in a way we don't get shut down. Okay. Gotta tiptoe on this. So all right. So we got the young. We got the young boy. I just want y'all to see who she's talking to before we continue. All right. So let's hear what the young boy got to say. A young boy. By the way, something very interesting is going to come out during this exchange. Let's go.
Nuclear?
Matt Nuclear, yes.
Matt Nuclear, give me a better handshake than that. Let's do it.
I appreciate having this conversation with a beautiful black woman like yourself. This is nice. Beautiful arena.
Okay. All right. Yeah. They said he cooked. They said he cooked. But yeah. So let's go.
Here. I disagree that reparations are necessary. I think the most important thing that's necessary right now for the black community would be the stopping of violence, especially black on black violence. I don't see how reparations is going to solve anything. You can give everyone here like a $50,000 check, especially people that are in the streets who are committing violent crimes consistently. A $50,000 check, it's not going to fix anything. It's not going to.
What do you think the violence is about? Where y'all think the violence is about? You go where black people got money, you don't see the same type of violence. Money isn't gonna fix anything, right? But then they'll complain that niggas is broke. What niggas need to do? Niggas need to work hard, pull themselves up by their bootstraps so they can get some money to do something. You give them money, that ain't gonna help. They should bust their ass to get some money to make changes. I don't get it. It's just too much cooning for me, man. But let's first identify cooning, because the only way you could be really cooning is if you are a black American person and you kissing the white man ass. I don't consider these motherfuckers that be from other places that have no connection to the history to be cooning. Right? Now niggas was mad at Ye when he said it. Everything is about money. What do you mean? Everything is about the money. Follow the money. The China fucking tariff shit is all about money. It's all about the money. Wars over resources is over money. It's all about the money. You picking cotton as a slave or locking you up over vagrancy and other bullshit is to put you in jail so you can work for free so they can make money. It's always about I want niggas to understand this. It's always about the money. But since we so tied to this dumbass religion and that, money is the root of all evil and money is bad and, be poor and you go to heaven and all this other stupid shit and no, we don't need money in it. Listen, America is the biggest handout for Europeans. Was, is, continues to be. They done gave so much free shit to white people here in the history of the country, and it's never a handout when they get it. These motherfuckers are worried about taxes. Nigga, your taxes is going to Israel. And I don't hear none of these Negroes calling that a handout. Why are we giving them money? Is Hitler somewhere running around and still chasing these motherfuckers around the globe? Is that happening? Your money, niggas mad if motherfuckers get some welfare money. Niggas is mad if motherfuckers get some business, this or that, or reparation. Anytime a nigga can stand to get some money, right? It's an issue. Niggas are denied loans, niggas are denied land, niggas are denied access to this and that. And the first person you hear talking about it is niggas. Let's keep going.
Increase the median household income in the next 10 years by 10% or 20%. For example, we had the Chinese Exclusion Act of 1882. We prevented Chinese people from getting citizenship and even entering the country. We discriminated against them and basically put them under apartheid, even here in the United States. Yet they have the highest median household income. How is that possible? How come they don't complain and feel?
I'll tell you why how it's possible. The same way you had a Holocaust, it ended, you dumb fuck. It ended. It ended. It's funny how when these women talk about the wage gap, right? They talk about the wage gap. It's about, I want to make the white man's dollar. No, you want the Asian man's dollar. You want the Asian man's dollar. Asian said, where'd you get that money? Where'd you get that money, JJ? I'm just saying. You want the Asian man's dollar. Yeah, they did what they did to the Asians. They did what they did to the Irish. And then it was over. How is that possible? They got out the fucking way. That's what happened. They inducted these people. If you ask me, Asians are Caucasian. If you ask me, they're honorary. They're honorary Caucasians. So don't ask why it's still possible. Was there a COINTELPRO for Asians? Y'all tell me Chinatown, in any Chinatown in America, I think, I don't know if it was Adrian. Adrian, it might have been you. Tell me how many it was Adrian. Tell me how many Chinatowns they dropped dynamite on. Tell me how many Asia towns, Korea towns, Chinatowns that these motherfuckers went and killed everybody in America. How is this possible? Anyway, let's go. How is this possible?
Feel entitled consistently to beg for reparations and beg for this when they are killing each other 90% of the time, which is the rate that Black people kill each other, according to the FBI.
Oh, young Matt,
Yet white people are the oppressors.
I'm not sure where your education came from, but they lied to you.
Stats don't lie, though.
Statistics lie all the time. So
I don't know what stats he's talking about. The FBI stats. He's talking about per capita, that sort of shit. First of all, I don't believe there's such a thing as black on black crime. Asians kill more Asians. White people kill more white people. Black people kill more black people. That's just how that works. White men kill more police than niggas. White men kill more cops than black people. That's a fact. You can look it up. Anybody got a problem with what I just said? Prove me wrong in the comment section after this video. White people kill more police than us, than we do. Right? Yes, proximity. It's at 5 Chinatowns. 5 Chinatowns. Hey, Adrian, how many Negro towns? How many Negro towns they destroyed?
let's start there, particularly when the statistics are coming from the sources that gain from the statistics being shown a different way. So if you're going to start your argument on stats don't lie, you've already lost the argument. They lie all the time. One, comparing Chinese people who are immigrants that made a choice to come to the United States and comparing the continued effort of Black people to ground themselves in a nation that continues to make impediments for them to show and live and exist in their true citizenship is a false equivalency.
I don't believe that happens at all. No one here is in.
Are you acting right now? Do you really believe
I'm telling
this?
the truth. There's no systemic racism that I've experienced here in America.
We don't give a fuck about your experience, young boy. One thing that I realize about a lot of these guys on this panel is that they're going to make a lot of anecdotal arguments. They're going to make a lot of anecdotal arguments in this discussion. It's terrible. Okay. So let's talk about China for 2 seconds. This is a long video. I want to hurry up and play some more. Chinese people have the benefit of being helped by their mother country. We do not. Okay, we don't have an African chamber of commerce sending us bread. You can't open. No, you can't do none of that shit. You can't do none of that shit. Adrian says there were over 50 massacres and attacks on Black settlements. Y'all niggas need to go get your own. Okay, we over here with our own. They come and kick your sandcastle down. Okay. But that's what China, you go to any Chinatown, you'll see that China has the benefit, Chinese people in America have the benefit of being helped by China. So even if they don't get funding from America, and they do, but even if they didn't, but they do, but even if they didn't, but they do, but even if they didn't, they have the benefit of taking money out of their bank. Because China's a nation. There's no nation that Black America can pull from except this one. Except this one. Okay? So he's about to make this argument there's no systemic, racism. So if you don't understand white supremacy and racism, everything that you do understand will only confuse you. Right? This is a young boy. He's been around 5 minutes. Let's play this video. Let's go.
What system is racist? I think the only racism we've actually seen recently, systemic racism that we've seen, is the application of systemic racism against white people. The University of Western Washington, for example, has been trying to segregate dormitories, using Black-only dormitories because Black people feel safer amongst each other. But they're more likely to kill each other than white people are ever to kill.
So Black people in dormitories are killing each other? What the fuck is he talking about? Black people in school? What's going on, Henny? The black students in the dormitories are highly likely. Is there like a high percentage of murders happening amongst Black students that I don't know about? Can somebody put me on? Somebody send me an article. Listen, conservatives, I'm gonna be fair. I know that these are the worst, but we gonna have fun. Y'all need to check these niggas. My conservatives, it's niggas like this. Y'all need to check. Y'all need to roast these niggas, man. I do battle with people on the left all the time. I'm like, yo, y'all got some crazy people on y'all team. And I tell my liberal people, I say, yo, I give the same heat to people on the right. I know we got conservatives in here. Bro, it's niggas like this is making y'all team look bad. And I fuck with moderate conservative people. I do. If you consider neighborhoods and government projects as an aggressor, then the number rises to over 100 settlements, neighborhoods, and towns. Yeah. So let's continue.
That's just the truth. You have King Von rapping about killing other black men. Why should I think that the white man is the oppressor?
Rap don't count. Knock it off. Rap.
When black men are more likely to kill me.
Oh my
Tell me.
God, this is scary. You need to think about me as your mama. Do not talk to me in that fashion. So let's check that now. Okay.
So let me pause that. Somebody said that when she did the whole, I think that was Sir Tice. Shout out to Tice. Tice said that when she said what she just said, think of me as your mama, is because he somehow stumped her. Nah, that Tice, that line about King Von rapping, that wasn't a stump. Nah, brother. And you my nigga, Tice. Tice, you know you my nigga. Absolutely not. We could talk about it whenever you come through. Yeah, nah, we don't need to consider you nobody mama, shorty, but you didn't need that. But yes, Snaz, they always go to Chicago. Chicago seems to be the measuring stick for all black crime, for all black violent crime, I should say. Okay? It's like me using Flint, Michigan as the barometer for all water quality. It's just stupid shit, man. It's just stupid shit. Let's go.
So on a basic level, we have to understand that systemic racism is grounded in the realities that Black people have not been considered an equal human being in this country since its onset. So there's simply no way to make the argument that there isn't systemic racism. And we have seen in very clear ways the system operate in an organically racist way. Do not cut me off. When we talk about systemic racism, we can start with even the fact that redlining, which was implemented to discriminate Black communities. Are you shaking your head that redlining doesn't exist?
No, I'm saying I don't think it really existed at all.
He just said, and Tice, shout out to Tice. Call you out on this too, Tice. Tice said on my Facebook, he said, I don't think he really said that. There it is. There it is, Tice. And I'm going to clip this. Okay. So let's put this on the screen. Let's put this on the screen, right? No, we need a full screen. Redlining is the practice of denying mortgages to those who lived in neighborhoods considered risky. Lenders targeted Black and immigrant communities in urban areas. The practice was outlawed in 1968. Okay. Now, Adrian says Chicago isn't even on the top 10 most violent cities. That's how I know if the person I'm talking to bothered to look. No, well, they watch Fox. They just repeat shit they hear. They watch Fox. They watch these conservative talking heads, and they just repeat what they hear. Okay. What they're really doing is showing whatever, dislike they have either for the culture, Black people as a whole. I mean, and there's things to say about the culture. We do it. We talk about the culture all the time. But at any rate, yeah, Memphis is definitely worse than Chicago. But let's talk about redlining for a minute. Okay. Shout out to Tice again. Slipknot was good. My man said redlining is not a thing. Okay. Redlining is definitely a thing. Discrimination in real estate is definitely a thing. I went through this shit myself, and I'm not born in the 60s. I'm not born in the 60s. I went through this shit myself, and it wasn't even for residential. It was for commercial. I remember when they did the stream on Bernard channel. Shout out to Bernard Rowley. Right? And what you call it? Shout out to and even on nservatives channel. Let me tell you what these types of niggas will do. You tell them you're red. First they'll say it doesn't exist. And then when you tell them that the shit happened to you, because that's what they love to say. Well, it ain't never happened to me. Well, the nigga, it happened to me. But then you apologize for the racist landlord. So that means even if I prove to you that the shit that you said don't happen did happen, now you're going to make an apology for the motherfucker that did it to a nigga. That's what lets me know what level of coon you are. So Mike says, red line that happened here where I live in New. I'm trying to get a new studio. Right? I'm talking about back then. I was trying to get a new studio location. Right? And these motherfuckers make all types of offers until you show up and they see you. They're gonna look at you. They see you black. All offers are off the table. Now you got to do all this and all that. They make you go through all this rigmarole just to get up in the spot. Okay? My man, and this is recent, this is this year, my man tried to get 177 acres of land in middle America. They was ready to sell it to him until he showed up to look at it. And all of a sudden, nope, they pulled the deal from him. Okay? He could not move. He could not buy this property. All this, go get your own shit, do for self is bullshit. They say that shit until you do it. It's just like when the bitches tell you, make this much, do this, look like this, whatever. And then when you go do that shit, it ain't enough. It's not enough. It's not enough. It's not enough. It's never enough. It's gaslighting. Yo, nigga, if you only did this, well, nigga, go do that. Then okay, that's cool. But if you gotta make this money, you go get that money, then that ain't cool. You gotta get this education. You go get that education. You go get this degree. Then no, that ain't enough. They always pull you in some ridiculous direction. Let's go back into the video.
I mean, no, I don't think so at all.
So it does exist, and stating that it doesn't exist doesn't make it no longer exist. Redlining absolutely exists. It is not something that's being made up. It's an empirical fact. And there are realities that exist because of redlining. We know that school systems are related to the way that property taxes are affecting the school systems. If a school system is not getting the same property value as the property taxes allow it, then it's not going to have the same efficacy at allowing for students to be able to get what they deserve. When we talk about systemic racism, we have to acknowledge that these private prisons are literally built based on the test scores of school students in third grade. So if you are literally building prisons with the onset of, okay, if these people are not reaching a certain reading level, then we know that they're going to go down a prison industrial pipeline.
So let's read what's on the screen here real quick. While there is a direct correlation between literacy and education levels and incarceration rates, the claim that prison planners use that to decide where to build has been debunked. I think that I don't know if they're fact checking her or they fact checking him. So let's bring it back a little bit to see who they're fact checking.
Or we can use not reaching a certain reading level, then we know that they're going to go down a prison industrial pipeline, or we can use their free labor. Then how is that not systemic? And if you want to
stop them from entering prisons,
how are you going to stop people from entering prisons if your goal is to get them into prison?
Sure, make them try to be more like Ben Carson than be like King Von. That's very, very simple.
So how does King Von happen? How does King Von?
So hold on. So you don't want to put money into education, but you want them to be educated so that they don't enter the pipeline. These niggas are confusing to me. So I'm just trying to understand. He just laughs inside as she tells him what he gets paid to deny publicly. I'm lost. Try to buy in a small hat neighborhood. We try to keep our neighborhoods kosher. It's not redlining, it's culture. Midwood, Crown Heights. Shout out to all my New York niggas. We know you can't buy a house over there. You can't pay them enough to move into that neighborhood. Maggie said the National Association of Realtors offered a public apology for redlining, and now have all realtors agreed to a code of ethics. It happened. Yeah, definitely happened. But they still do it though. Now it's just you got to prove that that's what they're doing. You got to get your white friend, right, to go get some shit after they shoot you down. You got to get your white friend, right?
Happen.
King Von
reparations.
Hold on,
actually, no. Let me land the plane.
Yeah.
We're talking about reparations, and what you're doing is actually just trying to get this conversation off the facts. And the fact is, reparations are just and necessary because on a basic level, Black people built this country, and the country continues to thrive off of the labor that Black people put into this country. And it would behoove you, young man, to really understand the way that your ancestors put blood, sweat, and tears into this nation that is still living off of those blood, sweat, and tears. And let me also add, there are reparations and then there is remunerations. Do you know the difference?
Yes, but can I finish one point that I wanted to say?
Question.
Ben Carson's cousins were killed at a very young.
I'm so sorry. You've been voted.
Yeah, get him the fuck out of there. Get him out of there. She asked him a question. He ain't answering that shit. Mind you, again, I want y'all to ignore the fact that this is Amanda Seales. I know it's difficult. Right? Adrian, I see you. All right, so let me see. Black community group rejected from purchasing LA mall despite highest bid. Hold on. Let me bring this down so y'all can see it. Okay. It's not enough. Get this young boy out of here. Okay. This just happened to my people. My boy was going to buy a huge piece of land and he wanted to build a town on because he got the bread. Okay. Maggie says, because they keep property taxes lower in Black neighborhoods because it affects school budgets, low property taxes, low money for education. But, you know, Black schools don't need money. That's not going to fix the problem. So go work and get money to fix the problem. I don't get it. It's not enough. Let's keep going.
Voted out by the majority.
Okay.
Please return to your seat.
Voted
I hope
out.
some of y'all are acting. I really do. I really. We in LA, and I hope some people.
Sometimes that's what I tell Hood. Hood, I hope you're acting. Hood, I hope you. They don't sell you anything that's worth anything. They'll sell you Jordans and all other bullshit, right? The symbolism of wealth. They're not gonna sell you no real wealth. Look what they did to. I remember. And this is going to be important later in the discussion. What's his name? The billionaire, Byron Allen. We'll get back into that later. Fuck around and find out after moving in the HOA suburb or neighborhood. Those fines add up over time. People will throw trash in your yard and you'll get fined. Yeah. Let's keep going.
In here acting.
Let's see who's next.
Every month, this Airbnb pays me in semi-passive income. Now, here's the thing. I don't own it, and I don't pay any rent.
Let's see who's next. All right.
Oh, what's that on your chain?
This is a coin from it.
So let me let you see who this is, because this dude he ends up being a clown. Yeah, dude is a clown. I don't know who this is. I don't know if he's a content creator. I don't know if y'all recognize him.
It's real.
Lord have mercy.
Yes, you got.
So let me rewind what he just said.
Chain.
This is a coin from Israel.
Lord have mercy.
So he's wearing some Israel piece on his chain. I don't know what that's about, but you know, look, whatever. Look, people are free to do what they want. So my man doesn't look like anything close to whatever that represents.
You gotta go.
That's a choice that you are making for yourself.
Yes. The thing with the whole reparations thing, and I don't know, we're probably close to the same age, so maybe you can't call me.
How old are you?
I'm 32.
I'm 44.
Oh, really? Oh, you look young.
Thank you. That's what water and keeping stress out of your life will do.
Really? Liberal positions are real stressful.
By the way, I wouldn't know. I'm not a liberal. Carry on.
Well, it's the liberal position because conservatives believe in hard work. We believe in.
I don't see where she pushed the idea that you shouldn't work hard, but yeah, again, these motherfuckers find it difficult to talk around, to not talk from the position or under the premise that the person they talking to is not a liberal. They can't do it. They can't do it. Let's go.
Going to work and working for what you got,
Yep.
not asking for handouts
Right.
from people who never had slaves. Some of the people that you're asking for money from never had slaves. And let's talk about the fact that
slavery built the country. These people are in the country benefiting from what the country became because of slavery. I don't want to hear that shit. Seth says they should have made sure these conservatives were ADOS. Let me tell you something, bro. They don't give a fuck about that. The whole point is to get people that's going to say whatever they need said, and they will get a motherfucker that looks enough like your ass to represent your ass. Okay. So, but let's hear Clown Man talk. Yeah, this dude I really didn't like.
Right.
From people who never had slaves. Some of the people that you're asking for money from never had slaves. And let's talk about the fact there were also Black people that had slaves. So if you want to talk about that, how is that fair if I'm a white person and my family fall on the side of the Union?
Said there were approximately 3,700 free Black people who owned 12,000 slaves. Okay, let's move forward. Let me drop that off.
Why should I have to pay for slaves when this whole country was never all racist? Some of the founding fathers were abolitionists, and they hated slavery, and they actually put things in the Declaration of Independence and things too because they believed that there'll be a future where there would be a Black president one day, or that there would be people in leadership that were Black.
Is this nigga on crack? So the founding fathers foreseen a day where we would have a Black president. That's what some of the founding fathers felt.
There was people in the North who helped with the Underground Railroad and fought with the Union. So why is that fair for people who never had slaves, who fought against slavery, to have to pay for people that had slaves?
One, from my understanding, you are more interested in preserving the fairness of those who didn't have slaves than the fairness of those who are the descendants of slaves.
That was a bar. That was a bar. Love or hate her. And I'm not a fan. But come on, gentlemen, that was a bar. Okay. Library of Congress addresses the topic of Blacks owning slaves. Literally says of the few that own slaves, it was primarily those that purchased family members in order to free them. You know, like Django buying his wife off of Calvin Candy. Oh, that nigga owned a slave. Conservatives believe in hard work for government bailouts, PPP, loan forgiveness, tax cuts, and corporate subsidies. Paperwork is hard. It's hard as fuck. It's hard as fuck. Hey, they bought their family, they bought their wives, hey, let me buy my people their freedom. Oh, you own a slave now. I want to know how of these people these Black people that own slaves, how many of them practice chattel slavery with those purchases? I'm not going to say zero because I don't know, but I'd be interested. Right? I'd be interested. So let's continue with this guy because he thinks he's cooking. He thinks he's cooking, yo. Let's keep going.
That is priority to you than finding a fair way to accommodate those who have been the descendant of slaves.
Well, our ancestors wasn't asking for handouts. They were asking for equal opportunity, and we have equal opportunity.
Which ancestors? You talking about the enslaved people weren't asking for handouts? No, they were giving handouts. They were working for free. Slavery was a handout. It was a humongous handout. Motherfuckers came through, worked for free, under duress, under force. But they weren't asking for handouts.
In this country, we had a black president, just in case you didn't know. We had a black president, and we had
a black president. Oh, it's different.
Had a black vice president. I mean, I think she was black. They said she was black. I don't know. So we had a black president, and you know who voted for that black man? White people, because you can't win a popular election in this country without white people. So Barack Obama is the product of white people. So let's get off.
Let's not forget that white people voted for Barack Obama so their sons could come home. Do we forget that? I ain't forget it. He said, I'll bring home the troops. Y'all remember that? Yeah. Yeah. He said, well, I mean, Mr. from the Color Purple Practice Chattel. And that's why sisters are still mad. Hey, look, Adrian, look. And Spider-Man swings from buildings in New York. I read about this in a book. Okay, I read about this in a book. It had a lot of pictures in it. A lot of Native Americans bought slaves or trade, and in one generation, they assimilated them into the tribe. White British elite didn't like that at all. Yeah, and that's why you got a bunch of motherfuckers thinking that, hey, we was Indians and we was here first. Shout out to Dave Tao. I see you, bro. Said, it's not a handout, it's back pay, and no one asks others what they do with their paychecks. Let me tell you, you got a bunch of motherfuckers think that at the end of the year, when they get their income tax return, that's free money. No, stupid. That's your bread that they took all year. Yo, if we don't take nothing away from this conversation, take her out of it. Take whatever you think about her out of it. The fact that we got motherfuckers like this, and we got to think, what is the ratio of common sense conservatives to these clowns? What is the ratio? Shout out to Dave Tao. I see you. What is the ratio to common sense conservative to circus clown conservatives? And we can talk about circus clown liberals all day. We do. But let's acknowledge the circus clown motherfuckers on either side of the line.
This thing where, oh, America is so racist. What's making America so racist is people that continue to talk about racism and continue to focus on racism instead of focusing on unity and bringing our country forward. People that have this liberal mindset are infecting our communities, black people, and making us victims and not victors.
So if y'all dusty niggas stop talking about racism, it'll all be over. You can get loans and work and live wherever you like. Just stop talking about racism. Y'all too focused on racism. Just, talk about some other shit and it'll go away, right? All these stories we read about and, you not being able to buy land in certain places and, denying motherfuckers, loans and, all that'll go away. Just, that's why they won't give y'all shit, because y'all keep bringing up this racism shit.
I refuse to embrace a victim mentality because that's not what our grandparents and Harriet Tubman and those people fought for. They fought for equal opportunity. Do not bring up
Harriet Tubman's name.
I know this nigga did not say Harriet Tubman, and she's correct in what she's about to say.
name in vain, baby. Please.
They fought for
Do
equal
not bring up
opportunity.
Harriet Tubman's name in vain, baby. Please.
They said the
Harriet
Lord's
Tubman,
name in vain.
Harriet
The
Tubman,
Lord's name.
Harriet Tubman was literally saving her family and others from slavery.
Yeah.
Over 8,000 men have permanently broken free from the P word by watching one single.
It's like when they used Martin Luther King as an example to make their argument about how niggas should go about fighting injustice. Or why you ain't like Martin Luther King? What you want us to do? Sit in a restaurant? Serve me. I want an apple pie. I want a nigga pie. I want a nigga pie out this motherfucker. That's what y'all want? We're going to sit in, you know what I'm saying? This is how we're going to do it? Nah. I don't think so. Let me bring this back a little bit.
Family and others from slavery.
Yeah. You know who helped her? White people.
You know who helped her?
They were on the Underground Railroad. Come on in.
No, you know who helped her?
Come on in.
No, you know who helped her?
God and
people who benefit from white.
Yes, God. God came down from heaven and helped Harriet Tubman. She passed him a shotgun. He said, "Go ahead, Negroes." Right? That's what God did. This way, my children. As soon as niggas start talking about like God and Jesus, you lose me. All right, no matter what, narcissist white supremacy will ensure it's the victim's fault. Why are you hitting yourself? He killed himself. He hung himself. He hung himself, Your Honor. Let's keep going. This
supremacy. One of the things
it's a lie. White supremacy is a lie.
No, sir,
it's
that's simply not true. If that were not the case, then we wouldn't see the continued effort of colonialism and white people placing themselves in positions of power when they do not have the power.
Because their culture, Black culture is toxic. The Black culture is toxic. We have produced a culture that is toxic. And let's get on the fact that there's no fathers in the Black home. Let's talk.
World history is white people killing each other. Most of world history is white folks killing each other. Like, oh, he got a bow and arrow. I'm gonna get a different type of weapon. I'm gonna get a gun. Oh, he got a gun. I'm gonna get a bigger gun. A bigger gun, bigger bomb, bigger missile. Oh, atom bomb, hydrogen bomb. Niggas ain't sitting in there. What can I do to kill the most motherfuckers? Niggas ain't sitting thinking of this. Niggas is like, nigga, you owe me $5. Nigga, you fucked my woman. Nigga, you stepped on my shoes. White folks are like, what can I do to kill this whole city? That's the difference between white and Black crime. White crime is, I'm going to kill all of y'all. I don't know none of y'all, but I'm going to kill all of y'all. Black crime is, I want to kill you. I want to kill you, nigga. You did it to me. I'm going to get you. You got some shit I ain't got. I want your shit. I don't want to work for your shit. I'm going to take some shit from you. It ain't about money, but you know. Niggas is in the hood fighting over shit. It costs money. Fighting over resources, this and that. Lord of Brooklyn, what's going on? I see you, bro. Right. My address says this whole thing is basically all the greatest hits, most contrived, banal tropes. Yeah, this is a bad look for conservatives because they pick the bad news bears, the mighty ducks of conservative niggas. This is a league of their own, major league, Cleveland Indians, the LA Clippers of conservative niggas.
Stop.
Let's talk about that.
Stop.
Let's talk about that.
None of this is gonna work if y'all are just gonna sit here and make up shit.
It's
not gonna work. No, a debate has to be in fact.
You're
You are
putting off
literally
emotional liberalism.
I am
right
not
now.
putting off emotional liberalism. You're putting off unfounded lies
That's what y'all
based
do. Y'all
in
start saying
conservatism.
misinformation. Remember, they
It
did the
is
misinformation thing all summer, where everything
Look at this
conservatives
man.
did. They said
You're carrying a chain around your neck of an apartheid nation that actively wants to harm Black people and
What about the
non-Jewish people.
apartheid? What
But
about
let me bring it
what
back.
about when
Let
Black
me bring
people
it
were
back.
selling?
What about this? What about that? What about the people with 12 fingers? What about these niggas kill me? These niggas kill. Oh, it's you're mad. You're just emotionalism. Liberal emotionalism. Where did they get this nigga from? Where did they get him from?
Black people
Let me
in
bring
Africa
it. That was not happening
and
in
put
the
them
context that
cages,
you're saying.
and they were selling
Let's
their
bring
own
it
people.
back.
Black people still sell
Okay.
their own people today too. By
I don't
the
know
way,
if I'm gonna last.
we're selling our own people today
I don't know
too.
if I'm gonna
You
last.
probably won't last with me.
I won't, because your ignorance is so
See,
overwhelming.
y'all, that's liberals. Y'all start name calling when y'all getting
it's
defeated
not
in an
name
argument.
calling. You won't have an argument because
Didn't he call her name? Didn't he call her like an emotional liberal after she already stated she's not a liberal? All right. So yeah, so you have to be a liberal if you disagree with with anything on the right. Again, if you criticize the right, you're a liberal. There is no elite Black conservative. They are all seen as step it and fetch it by whites, even the Black elected officials. Yeah. Facts. Clever misinformation from liberals supporting Jubilee. Basically, if you don't support the DNC, you have to be a plumb fool. Listen, I don't fuck with none of it. But let's keep going.
you keep cutting me off.
Oh, well, that's fine. If they don't let me come
You
back
won't
up,
even.
I made my
you won't.
point.
You didn't make your
I made
point.
my point.
You haven't.
I don't know what point he made, but you know, it's always the dumbest motherfuckers that think they won. I won.
I'm your point. And let me just tell you about your point. You started off saying we believe in hard work.
Yeah.
And we believe in being compensated.
Reparations is not though. Reparations is not hard work. It's stealing. It's Robin Hood.
The shit that they owe reparations for wasn't hard work neither. They went and stole some niggas from another country to do their hard work. Why this don't get spoken about?
You said you believe in hard work.
Yes.
And you believe in being compensated for hard work.
Yes.
Were slaves compensated for their work?
They weren't compensated for their work. But why should people who are sitting at home playing video games, smoking marijuana,
Are you sitting at home playing a video game?
We got niggas like this in the space. I just want to point this out. See this nigga right here? We got niggas like this in the space. Why should niggas sitting at home smoking weed? Oh, we all sitting at home smoking weed. Reparations for Black people for slavery. Oh, y'all just a bunch of niggas sitting at home smoking weed, yo. This is how niggas see themselves. She asked him a great question. Are you sitting at home smoking weed? So everybody's sitting at home smoking weed, but you and these niggas are sitting in the circle, right? We all some sitting at home weed smokers.
At home playing video games, smoking marijuana.
Are you sitting at home playing a video game? Are you sitting at home playing a video game?
The people that they're wanting
Am I
reparations
sitting at home
for,
playing a video game? No.
The people
And
they
I don't
want
know
reparations
I don't
for.
know who these people are that you're talking about, because the majority of the Black community is not sitting at home playing video games.
The majority of the Black
Where are you
community
getting
is doing a lot
that
of
statistic?
things.
Where are you
A lot
getting
of
that
things is not
statistic?
right.
Pause. You've been voted out by the majority. Please return to your seat.
I knew I was gonna be surrounded by ignorance, but damn. Let's go.
That nigga, yo, I'm gonna tell you, I don't think that there was a worse person than him in the whole discussion. He was the worst. He was the worst. Is there anybody here so far who thinks that any of these conservatives made valid points yet? Or is that person coming? I don't know how many of y'all watched this shit already. You know, listen, hey, Maggie, check this out. She says, who cares what someone spends their money on? You don't think white people sit at home, smoke weed, and play video games? They actually do. But check this out. When the Twin Towers happened, they gave the women who were the wives of the firefighters and the police that died in that, they gave them a bunch of money. You know what they did? They went straight to Madison Avenue. They went straight to Fifth Avenue. They went straight to Fifth Avenue. They bought a bunch of luxury items. The first thing motherfuckers want to say is, well, these rappers are making all this money. That's not just black people, that's white people also. Two things I want to say. Number one, you got multi-million-dollar companies that sell these lifestyle items, these Gucci and Fendi and all this. You think it's just niggas buying this? Niggas ain't even in the commercial. You think all this buying and spending power, shout out to Adrian, because we spoke on it. You think all this spending power niggas got keeps Louis Vuitton in business? It's black spending power that keeps Gucci in business. Right? That's just us. White people be doing meth powder. And I know because I lived up in the white town. But all I'm saying, it was something else I wanted to say. Yeah, the rap music. About the rap music. Why is it, and me and Adrian spoke on this, why is it that only niggas are affected by rap music? If we got rappers going diamond, that means Asians are listening to black music, white rap music. White people are listening to rap music. Motherfuckers all over the world are listening to rap music. Why only niggas are susceptible to the violent lyrics in the rap music? Why white people ain't running around shooting shit up because, you know, the rapper told them to do it? Where are the white people that are, you know, somehow under the rap trance, the violent rap trance? Where are they? Say 80% of rap music is purchased by whites. Under that premise alone, there should be a bunch of white kids. Ganged up, shooting shit up. To be honest, there are white gangs here and they're never talked about. Y'all hear more about the Bloods and Crips than the what is it? The Aryan Nation, the Aryan Brotherhood, right? And I forget the name of the other one. But when I worked in the prison, we knew the names of these gangs, right? We knew their markers, we knew the tats, and we also know that they bang on each other. We never talk about this. White boys banging on each other. Hell's Angels is another one. But there are white gangbangers that shoot at each other. Where's that white on white crime conversation? Conservative clowns need to live among whites more often. It would shock them to see how degenerate and ain't shit whites are, right? Again, I've been to the trailer park. I seen it. Okay, let's keep going. Let's see who they bring up next.
Hello. My hand's wet from the bottle.
My hands are sweaty because I'm nervous. We both got sweaty hands. Okay.
So
I just wanted clarity because I think it'd be helpful.
Mm-hmm.
You said radical. I wanted just clarity on that. And then also with the reparations, you said it's not just money, it's other things. I just want to know, like, what do you see as like the grand picture of what would help?
The grand picture of what would help?
Of reparations. Like, what does that look like to you?
Oh, great. What reparations looks like to me is a combination of reparations and remunerations. And reparations are about repair for damages that have been caused based on harm. Remunerations is a monetary response to work that has not been paid for. So if you come and paint my house and I don't pay you, you can take me to court and get remunerations for the work that you have done. So we're actually owed both in this nation as Black people. And there are incredibly just clear-cut records that show the buying and selling and purchasing of slaves, the work that was done, also the intellectual property that was stolen from slaves, right? Because there was so much inventing that was happening. And there is also quite a bit of other reparations that are being discussed as it relates to property being stolen, as it relates to, again, redlining and the inability for Black people to get loans, et cetera. And these impediments being solely based on their race.
As far as like discrimination.
Yes, like they're being solely based on their race, and not being about anything other than you're Black, so you can't, right? And so when it's very clear cut like that, there are very distinctive responses to that can be done through a cash payment, as well as through measures that are being done to create funds for creating resources and responses like.
We're going to skip ahead a little bit. because I don't think this chick really had an argument.
Well, I think what they've been doing with these different reparations committees is they're looking at, all right, well, how much has this city or how much has this town or how much has this country gained from the estimated amount that was stolen from these people, right?
So let's pause that. I want to skip to the next clown, right? I want to skip to the next clown. So let's go here.
Would this make you buy a Ridge
So,
wallet? Two people could win a Lamborghini
next,
or a Consterado, a Hennessy Velociraptor.
It's a result of underinvestment.
So the next, we talking about black on black crime now. Let's go into the black on black crime part of this. Let's go.
My next claim is that black on black crime is a result of underinvestment and over policing.
So you say that black on black crime is due to underfunding and over policing, essentially.
Yes.
I actually don't necessarily disagree with one of those. Okay. I think that, however, the government, who do you think should be responsible for the funding piece of the black community? Should that be something that the government should step in?
So just to be clear, I was told that this guy has a platform on, I think it's TikTok. I'm not familiar with him, but that's what I'm being told. So he's speaking on that. So let's go.
Or should that be something that we as black people, the funding piece of the black community, should that be something that the government should step into, or should that be something that we as black people need to handle ourselves? Dr. Jordan Peterson and even Thomas Sowell and several others have stated one thing, that poverty and crime, there's a positive correlation. There's also a positive correlation.
What I'm seeing is like a repeat point that's being made is they're worried about what the government, what money is going, coming from the government to fund this, black shit, right? But then they'll say, well, black people need to fund it themselves. Like, is it going to come from black people? But they already acknowledge that black people ain't got it. So where's this? So this should be this bootstrap effort. But where's the bootstraps? So you got to go back to, like, you're going to work and you should be Ben Carson. You need to get this education. You go to a white school, but you got to have money for that, right? This is kind of circular, if you ask me. So you got to have the money, but where the money coming from? It can't come from the government. Everybody else gets help, aid, whatever. And if you ask for it, you're begging. You want a handout. So, dude, we pretty much, according to these motherfuckers that are having this discussion, I hate these arguments like, yo, we got to get it out the mud. Nobody wants to give us land, no loans, no grants, no this and that. All that shit is handouts. So basically, you got to bust your ass. We got to all, get together, put our money together to fund this movement. Right? So, keeping 100, white people poured chemicals on my grandma's father's farm land into his water, destroy his land and way of living. Let me make sure I ain't skipped any super chats. Have I missed any super chats here? This shit is different in the way it's showing me. I can't pull up the super chats by themselves. StreamYard is killing me with the way they keep switching up formats.
Black community of absentee fatherism being one of the root causes leading into criminality.
So let's talk about absentee fatherism. It's all like, okay, you should marry the women you having the children with. The women don't want to get married, and the first thing they might cite is the fathers of these kids not having money, but they continue to have these kids. We had that conversation a million times, but he's blaming the men for this, right? Okay, well, you're choosing these guys. I don't want to go down that road, but
black males that grew up without a father are 10 times more likely to engage in criminal activity. And so I think
Can I put a pin right there and ask you a question?
Ask me whatever you like.
What is the root cause of there being less fathers present?
Bad decision making on the part of the fathers. We live in a patriarchal system. Like it or not, men have dominated the socioeconomic, economic, and political power of this country and the world. So,
which men? Which men? That's that flat maleness bullshit. Which men have dominated? Black men ain't dominate shit here. Which men? So when you want to acknowledge something negative on the behalf of black men, you specify, and it's black men. This is a bitch talking point, to be honest. This is a bitch talking point. So when you want to talk about, you know, well, men have dominated, men have done this, and men have done that, then you remove race. This is a bitch talking point.
Our existence. So our bad decision making, especially when we focus on the Black community, is the root cause of fatherlessness.
What type of decisions?
Not marrying the women we decide to lay down and have children with. Not being careful with the seeds that we plant in women. No woman can get pregnant without a man planting his seed inside of her. So therefore,
it's marriage.
Well, that's a part of it.
What about the men, or the women who are getting pregnant by non-Black men? Do we control for that? That's just a question.
Marriage is a part of it.
Okay.
But the true piece that I'm looking at is connectedness between familial units. The Black community was at its economically strongest while being at its poorest during the segregation era. Prior to 1968, Dr. Martin Luther King in his last speech said that we have an annual income of more than $30 billion a year, which is more than all of the exports of Canada.
I don't want y'all to miss, he said we were at our strongest while being at our poorest. Let's go.
And more than all of the exports of the United States and more than the national budget of Canada. That was when we were economically at our poorest.
So we were strong and poor. Okay.
Yet 85% of our Black children were growing up with a father in the home. There was less Black on Black crime. There was less disenfranchisement.
Why was there less Black on Black crime?
Because we needed to live together. We had to stick by each other. We had to stick
What
by
was
each
there
other.
also less of?
I'm not sure where you're leading. That's a leading question.
It's not a leading question. My man doesn't know the definition of a leading question. All right. Let me see. They got the dumbest representatives for conservatives arguments, right? Black community is a matriarchy, not a patriarchy. 70% of Black homes are led by single mothers. In some cases, is 80% and 90%. Yeah. He's saying that she asked him a leading question. I'm gonna bring it back a little bit so you understand. I want to explain to people what a leading question is.
We had to.
What was there also less of?
I'm not sure where you're leading. That's a leading question.
What was there also less of? He said that was a leading question. I don't like leading questions. She did not include the answer in the question. A leading question would be, were you at McDonald's at 8 o'clock? That's a leading question. Where were you at 8 o'clock? It's not a leading question. What time were you at McDonald's? Could be a leading question because I'm assuming that you were there. Yes or no question is a leading question. What she asked him was in a leading question. He just dodged the question, and she let him get away with that. Okay. There was a couple times that she accepted the premise of these niggas without questioning it, and that's a weakness on her part. So I'm gonna call that out too. Says, so we were together with better culture, but still broke. So obviously better culture isn't the issue. Let's go.
I don't like
you don't like this?
I don't like leading questions. No, I like direct stuff.
So essentially, when we were living in our own communities, we were also policing our own communities. So we were not being used as statistics in the same way to determine how resources were provided.
I don't know how true that is, what she just said. We were policing our own communities. I don't know how true that is. I don't know how true that is, but let's keep going.
To our own communities. When we were going to the government saying, hey, we deserve, because we are supposed to be separate but equal, we weren't saying, hey, we want to be with y'all. We were essentially saying, we want what you are stating we deserve. And that is what all of the efforts of the civil rights movement has been. It's
No, that's incorrect. There was a separate but equal, and then there's integration, which are two different things. Separate but equal is exactly what she's saying, but integration is, yeah, we want to be with y'all. And it's the integration that fucks shit up, because they wouldn't do separate but equal. So they said, well, shit, if we can't get separate but equal, we want to be with y'all and y'all shit. Yeah, that's how that went down. Y'all won't let us have our own separate shit. Okay, we can't have our own equal shit, then we gonna share y'all shit. If the black color fountain is gonna be some nasty, dirty shit, right? We can't have that shit separate but equal. Well, then we gonna drink from the same fountain. And that's how that shit went. Shout out to Adrian Hicks. We had that conversation too. 98% of Black homes are under female rulership, including married couples, two-parent homes. Probably around 75% of white homes too. Yeah, Hall of Fame, I appreciate that comment because we tend to think because there's a man in the home that is patriarchal because the nigga there. No, a lot of y'all fathers were simps too. Because they were raised by their mothers who probably ruled over their situations if they weren't single. So let's go.
Literally just been to say, you said when we got out of the Civil War that we would be considered citizens and all citizens should be getting equal access to these things. However, you are actively allowing the Klan to harm us. You are actively allowing.
Who's killed more Black people, the Klan or us?
I would like to continue my statement. I let you speak uninterrupted.
Sidebar, deflection. That's a deflection. That's a deflection. Okay. It's just like the whole black on black, crime versus Black Lives Matter shit that they're going to introduce later. It's not the same thing. It's a deflection. Yeah. What about this? Yeah. Yeah.
When we talk about this concept of who is harming us, we are really making a false claim when it comes to black on black crime, as if there isn't white on white crime. There's also this unnecessary effort to try and pathologize black on black crime in a way that you don't try to pathologize white on white crime.
Nope.
There are white people killing each other every single day. Now, they may be on jet skis in the pictures after they shoot up their whole family, but nonetheless, there are white people killing each other every single day. Now, much of the reason why you may see more numbers in terms of black on black crime are for two reasons. One, the statistics be lying all the time. We have seen this.
Numbers? Okay,
we have seen this in a real way. So in New Jersey,
so in New Jersey, what numbers can be trusted? Because with the previous speaker,
I'm about to tell you right now.
Okay, so your sources.
I see you, Henny.
You can't such number. No, I'm literally about to give you an example of numbers not being able to be trusted.
Okay, talk to me.
That's what I was doing.
I'm listening.
Okay, then listen.
My ears open.
So listen, in New Jersey.
Let me ring that BGS bell. Okay, that was a BGS bell moment.
They had a statistic that was created by the police department that said, look at how many black people are committing crimes. Look at how crazy this number is. These black people are so exorbitantly violent. Look at this. And then people went and actually matched the names that they were booking with the faces of the actual people incarcerated. And it was proven that they were lying.
So that's one. So that's one instance.
That's
Hold on.
one
No, you're
example.
talking to somebody that works as a police.
He wanted an instance. She gave him one. Well, that's only one instance. What are we gonna do? Sit and I'm gonna name all the instances? You wanted an instance. Then you'll say, well, I never experienced racism. I ain't never experienced this. And that's proof of everything. That's proof that everybody who's saying that they've experienced these things or all the statistics and every other incident that point to this shit being a fact or being true is bullshit, because what you didn't experience, but then she gave you the example. Now you want to say it ain't enough. It's not enough.
Police dispatcher when I'm not making content. So here's the thing. No. You see what? The truth is, you're about to see the truth if you just give me a second. Like Trump said, just give me a second. I'm going to do the weave, but give me a minute.
Well, here's what you all keep doing. You keep
give
interrupting me when I'm talking, and you don't want to hear the point that I'm going to make. And yet you want me to respect your point. And that's not how a debate works. So if you want me to keep getting louder, I will do it. But ultimately, if I show you respect, give me the respect back. I let you talk. I let you make your points. I am countering your points. And my points are just as valid as yours, even though you got a pocket square and a Church of Christ pin on your chest.
Now, he did need to be checked, but she's doing a green gorilla right now. She's doing a green gorilla right now. She's going super in on this nigga. She's going super deep on this nigga. You know, it's necessary, but not to the level, not to the depths that she's diving right now. You know what I'm saying? It's a bit much. Okay, so let's continue. And shout out to you, Ray. Yeah. I'm hey, look, you gotta dance around it. Blah blah blah. Fair use. Blah 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 blah. Commentary. Okay. He said 50% of the homicides in America are committed by Black people. Most homicides take place within the same racial demographic The issue isn't black on black. It's the overwhelming number of homicides. But what is the premise of these homicides? I would say gang culture. Gang culture. Your regular black citizen is not out committing homicides. So why do the entirety of black people have to wear that jacket? You know, Fat Boy just finished talking about, you know, we just sitting at home playing video games and smoking weed. He said, how's she doing at Gigi? Oh, you must ain't never had the experience of sitting watching Gigi spaz on a nigga in the chat for 40 minutes. It's a sight to behold. Is she gonna give him head later? You're wrong. You're wrong, yo. You wrong for that. Shouldn't do that. Slipknot. Some fucked up shit you just said. Don't disrespect the black queen. Let's go.
Church of Christ.
Whatever. It's a cross. Same difference. You got an American flag and you think you know something because you a cop. And ultimately,
Not a cop, dispatcher, there's a
ultimately
difference.
it's a cab all day over here. So let me make that clear. But let me also add to my point. My point is that you can sit here.
And by the way, you know, Lord of Brooklyn, you said 50% of homicides in America. I'm going to look that up. You know, Hoodservative did it first. Hey, look, I'm not going to take a lot of shit that's said here for face value no more because people, you know, people say wild shit. I'm not saying you're saying wild shit, but I got to look that up to see how true that is. Or, you know, a matter of fact, you ain't got to rinse. I'll tell you to post a link. But at any rate, she says, I would suspect 50% of homicides are committed by police domestically. It's probably the truth. Again, I got to research it. I don't, you know, I got to see these stats.
And blame black people on black people all day long and not acknowledge that we are forced into, you're coming to interrupt me again.
I haven't even said a word.
All right, that is flagged. So I'm going to ask you to return to your seat.
Flag down.
It's a waste of my time. Y'all just want to be seen. I don't need to be seen. Hello.
How are you? I'm
Yes,
Jasmine, the pretty queen.
Ladies.
Say less outfit. Okay.
Thank you.
So this is my thing. I think
That's what you came in on. The Green Gorilla, the Keep It 100 versus Green Gorilla feud started. For all of the guys that remember the good times between me and Gigi, you saw how that went down. We ain't gonna go into it tonight. But let's listen to old girl. She got something to say. I'm gonna let y'all see who she's talking to. Hey, Brooklyn Queen, what's going on? What's going on? Let's keep it going. Shut up, nigga.
the premise of your question was black on black crime. So I think I'm coming from a place, and I guess my issue is having had my biological father murdered by a black man, having had my cousin shot in the head by a black man. We can talk numbers and statistics and what the people are doing, what the white man is doing and all that. But at the end of the day, I see when my family lives on the south side of Chicago, and I think you and I both can attest to this. And I'm not saying that they're not.
The south side of Chicago, there we go again. When stats and figures show that, you know, y'all dusty niggas are sitting at home playing video games, smoking weed, going out shooting a nigga for looking at you wrong, the stats are real. But fuck the stats and the white man this and all this other shit, you know. Because my people got shot, right? And that's real. You know, your people get shot, this and that. But again, you know, like when white people get shot in white America, nobody like, I'm tired of these white people shooting my family members. Nobody says this. All this white on white crime. You never hear this. Why are you shooting motherfuckers that look like you? We need to stick together. Shout out to Ghetto User. Thank you for the $5. Interesting format, but very enlightening as usual. Keep it going. I appreciate it. All right, let's keep going.
other factors, but we know that we kill each other at a disproportionate rate than any other race. Now, why we do that and why 6,000 to 9,000 Black men are going to be homicided or killed or whatever by the end of the year annually by other Black men, whereas the likelihood of a Black man being killed by a white police officer is less than 150 per year, we know that we kill each other at a higher rate.
So let me put this on the screen. So it says, fact check. Police have killed on average 238 Black men per year since 2017, about 58% more than 150 per year. Right. So this fact check is basically you're saying 58% of Black men were killed by the actual police, not niggas. Not niggas. The police have been more proficient at killing niggas than niggas. Let's keep it going.
So I'm not debating that there are not factors at play, but because I've lived the experience as a Black woman, losing my father to be murdered by a Black man, walking down the street,
by the way.
No worries, thank you. But walking down the street in inner cities and different things, knowing that it's more likely that my own brother will rob and rape me than a white man or a white officer, we got to be real.
What's your proximity to white men?
Great question. What's your proximity to white men? What's your proximity to bears, bitch? A bear ain't never do shit to me. Well, how many bears you hang with? A bear has never ignored consent. Well, bitch, how many bears in your family? How many bears you around, bitch? Just a question. All right. So 50 Black people are arrested as a suspect in 50% of homicides. Whites are 42% for the same stat. Black folks are also overrepresented in exonerations. Yeah.
In the South Side of Chicago, are there even white men around?
We got to be real.
What's your proximity to white men in the South Side of Chicago? Are there even white men around to rob and rape you at the same rate that there are Black men?
There are white men around.
At the same rate?
There wasn't a lot of Black people in there, but then that doesn't justify the fact that we're destroying each other.
She didn't answer the question. Nobody tried to justify shit. She's making a point. Answer the question to the point.
So even if we get
nothing,
to the root, like
we can agree on that.
Okay, because I feel like a lot of
nothing
times liberals will argue like, well,
I'm not
the
a
white people
liberal.
are killing
I am not
people.
a I'm not a liberal.
Okay, well, I will say that people that sometimes have your stance that are against conservatives, maybe they have this claim that they're making it up. They're making.
So let me pause this for a second. I want y'all to look at this because I'm gonna bring this up on screen. Okay. Now let's not play games. Let's not play games. We hear this woman talking. We can look at her. We can look at her. All right. Let's put all the bullshit aside. Let me come up on screen because I want y'all to see my face as I say this. Who y'all think she fucking? This Black woman that's on the screen right now. Who y'all think she fucking? Listen to her talk.
Up the numbers, we know that we do that to each other. So I want to get to the root of the issue.
Okay, she's from South Side of Chicago. Her father got killed. Yeah. Who she fucking? Who dick she sucking? All bullshit aside, who dick she sucking? Okay, I think we all know the answer. Again, I know just by looking at a Black woman whose sensibilities you trying to appeal to. I've been around too fucking long. I've been around this shit too long. Too long. I know what girl is selling. And you know what? Let me stop. You watch what I say. You know, I know who the client base is, bitch. I know who the client base is. That's all I'm gonna say. I know who's appealing to what. Who gonna buy what. Hey, this is shit I read. You know, I just read shit. You know what I'm saying? This is what I heard. This is what niggas tell me. Okay, let's continue.
Why are we
What is
killing
the
each
root of
other?
the issue?
I think the root of the issue is we've lost our values and we've lost our resilience as Black people. We sit there and we talk about what the white man did and we talk about slavery and everything like that, but we have no self-accountability and say, you know what, at the end of the day, that is my Black grandmother. That is my Black sister. You are my Black sister. And you know that a Black man is more likely to rob you or commit some type of crime against you.
So Lord of Brooklyn says Black people are 13% of the population. The fact that the statistic is anywhere near that level is demonic. If you look at crime in general, blacks disproportionately commit crimes in America. Yeah. Where and why? Where and why? Yes, flip cool. Amanda used to be bad as fuck. Okay, we're going to put that aside. But where and why? I'm not going to look at a bunch of gang niggas shooting at each other every day in Chicago as a black problem. That is a gang problem in Chicago. And like Adrian said, it ain't even the most violent place out here. You look at all these places where most of the violent crime happens, and a lot of these places got shit in common. But it ain't about the money. What they did in Louisiana is fucking terrible with that Hurricane Katrina shit. %13% of the population, but how much of that 13% of the population makes up the homicides? If we're going to say how many homicides they're responsible for, well, what percentage of that population are killers? Let's talk about that. What percentage of the total population of black people are the killers? Half? 40%? 30%? So he said, I'm sure you heard about, no, I didn't. I'm sure you heard about the 11 shot and 3 killed in a growingly gentrified strip of Crown Heights. Why did it happen? Why did it happen? Who did it? Who? Answer that question. What percentage of the black population is out here shooting niggas? If the cops represent 58% of the homicides of black men, who's responsible for the rest? And what percentage? How many niggas are killing niggas? These are the questions that don't get answered. Said degenerate versus degenerate in a hookah bar. They're degenerates. What percentage of the black population is degenerates? Let's be honest.
And that's what we need to get down to the issue of. And like you were talking about earlier, like, hey, well, what's going on? You know, what do you think the answer is to one of the brothers that were speaking? I think it's the breakdown of the family. I think, like he said, because of our poor choices. And what happens is we look at domestic violence, for example. When domestic violence, women or men are even attacked, what is the first thing we say? It's like, you know what? It's not your what? It's not your fault. So that's what we do. We hold on to this narrative that, well, it's not our fault. And the issues in our community, they're not our fault. And the white man needs to give us something. The old white lady down the street is looking at me and I don't know why she got braids in her hair. And we focus on all these other stupid things that don't matter. We don't get to the root of the fact that we're killing each other at a higher rate than any other race. It is
socio-economic shit. But they'll tell you the money don't matter. You give motherfuckers opportunity, they ain't got to kill your ass. They too busy making money. They too busy making money. He said, if you take the fact that there are more abortions than births in the black community in New York City, I would say the majority of black women. I'm not doing that with you, bro. I'm not doing that with you. Right now, we're talking about homicides. You know, to me, abortion is kind of a straw man argument or a red herring. Let me tell you why. Because I hear often people bring abortion up. If we have more births than abortions, these would be the same niggas y'all will be complaining is killing everybody. We have more people and not enough resources for these more niggas. So let me ask you, is the solution more niggas? Be happy that these abortions are happening. If we had more niggas in an environment where there's already too many niggas fighting for a little bit of shit, you'd have more bullshit. You saying you stand by that? I stand by that. Well, why were 11 people shot and 3 killed on this gentrified strip of Crown Heights? I don't understand what gentrified strip means in Crown Heights. Crown Heights is Jewish. Homie, I'm from Brooklyn. Let's talk about it. What streets you talking about is gentrified? Please name the blocks. We can do that, bro. I'm not somebody that's from, I was going to say Wichita, Kansas, and then my man, Adrian would not like that. But at the end of the day, I ain't from Wichita. I'm from Brooklyn, New York. Name the streets.
Self-hatred amongst us, I believe that we can do that. That my mom's cousin, coming from the church parking lot, and guess who stuck her up and robbed her at gunpoint?
We're going to skip Shorty. We're going to get to the next dude. Let's go.
We didn't just build another AI tool. We helped a platform to help brands and apps scale overnight. Born from an agency built in.
Maggie said, you hush about Kansas. Don't you be talking about Kansas. So here come old boy. He running for that seat. Let's go. Let's get it.
First, I want to kind of get rid of this like right left ordeal. I really want to talk about just like our own personal views and what we've experienced, what we've seen. And when it comes to your claim about black on black crime, I really do believe, and I think a lot of people here do believe, especially based off of personal experiences and everything, that it is just lack of accountability. In the black community, we need to start taking responsibility for our actions and stop pointing our fingers at other people and the white man. Because to be honest,
why can't both happen at the same time?
Because
both are causes.
Because you got to clean your own house before
Both
you
are
go complain.
Why?
Because if
you're dirtying my house, if you keep pouring shit into my house,
now right here, he's making a point. And she needs to shut up and listen to his point, even whether she likes it or not. And I actually agree with what she's saying here, but she could wait till he fleshes it out. And this is one of those points in the conversation where I feel like she's not obeying the rule that she wants for herself. She's interrupting him while he's trying to say what he's saying. And she also does not want to be interrupted. So I'm going to call a foul on her at this point, because while the shit he's saying is what he's saying and what she's saying makes sense, I'm going to call a foul on her.
I'm cleaning it. Why can't I do both? Why can't I clean my house and bar the windows from you shitting on my house?
Because it begins with responsibility within us. If we're like, okay, oh, the white person's doing this to me, the white person's not, we're not going to ever come to the core of the issue.
They are.
We need to take responsibility.
And it's not even just the white person, because now we.
Oh, by the way, Tiger Crane, I know you was quoting him. So he's outlining, he said, the Hasidic section is on Eastern Parkway and 3 blocks east and west from St. John's, Prospect, Buffalo, etc. That is non-Jewish. So just understand, a good portion of Crown Heights is not black people. Will you concede to that? So just because a few other blocks, they might have built some condo bullshit and shit like that. You know, them little new houses that they tearing little shit down to build up in between some old ass shit, right? We calling this gentrified. And maybe because you can go in a Habibi instead of getting, your OE and your Hero, you can go in there and you can get some kosher shit. You might be able to get a protein shake or some shit like that. And instead of seeing a bodega cat, shit like that. What does that have to do with 3 motherfuckers or however many people getting shot? It's gentrified. So is it worse because it's gentrified? I'm trying to understand the point. We don't even know the basis on which these murders happen. I would say it's probably gang related. Probably. Right? So Lord of Brooklyn says East New York, Kingston Avenue, Prospect, Buffalo. I know the area. So I just trying to understand, like, bro, if you're going to tell us, and we ask you, well, what happened? If you're going to bring up the incident, don't just say some niggas killed some niggas. Tell us why the niggas killed them niggas. And the gentrified strip don't is irrelevant. Like, what I don't understand why that. No disrespect to you, bro, but I don't understand why that was like relevant to say. I don't give a fuck where it happened at.
We have seen very many races, people of very many backgrounds that are actively participating in the effort to keep a working class down. Like that is absolutely a fact. It's not just white people. So I don't attend to that. But I will say the reality of there being systems in place is real. Over policing is a real thing. You know what's also been really real is the effort of violence interruption in certain communities, right? So we've seen this in Detroit. We've seen this in New York. We've seen this in Baltimore, where there are communities that have said, what we're going to do is we're going to be like a neighborhood watch for our community so that before the popo even come, before 12 even rolls up in here, we're going to actually put ourselves in between the conflict and calm it down. And that has been incredibly effective. But you know what? It's not funded. It's not funded. And you would think that like city councils and mayors and governors would say, shit, you know what? This is going to save us so much money because why? Taxpayers keep having to pay for the fault of these police officers.
Nah, you let these conservatives tell it. Niggas should pull the money out of their paycheck and fund it. Adrian says, what was these dudes' excuse about black economic positionality reparations back in the 60s when we were more together? Yeah. Okay, so the point of gentrified is that white lives bring about more protection. So even the black people who make comparable money into the same space, the degenerate black people always end it. Nah, that's bullshit. That's bullshit. Gentrified, that means that some white people came into an area where black people already were. And some buildings got torn down and they built some new shit, and some white people moved there. The niggas was already there. They didn't move there and fuck it up. Right? So you said even the black people who make comparable money. What do you mean? Shit is rent control. It's a lot of gentrified areas where black people that been there still live. They didn't move into there because they got comparable money. No, bro. No. So you telling me that black people are moving into these new developments and killing people? That's the people committing the homicides all of Brooklyn? Nah, that's not going to fly here, bro. No. So the black Wall Street broker that makes comparable money to the white person living in so who killed them? Who killed the niggas? You said degenerate versus degenerate, right? So who did it? That's not gonna work, bro. That's bad. That's terrible. You're telling me that the niggas that's living in the new condo development is shooting niggas up? No, sir. That's not gonna work. It should keep falling. That's not gonna work, bro. That's terrible. Says okay. So yeah, the degenerate black people always enter and ruin it. No, the black people were already there. It's gentrification. What do you mean? No, the white people entered it. Bro, what do you? No. You're going to have to type something better than that. Okay? Gentrified stance actually proved that there's nothing there for those men. Yeah, the black people that's moving into them new developments are not shooting niggas. Stop it. Stop that shit right now.
And even though we say, well, only a certain number of people have died, that doesn't dispel the fact that a large amount, more black people are imprisoned than any other group in this nation. And that is not by accident.
Again, I started with accountability. And it just seemed like not.
But I disagree with you.
No,
I mean, I don't disagree with you.
Because here's the thing. Look at our media. Look at rap. Look at what we're glorifying.
Right.
We're glorifying violence.
Who's we? Who's we? Who's
the black community?
Who controls the
black community?
Who controls?
I want y'all to peep, right? That this kid, and shout out to Adrian again. This kid is using the term "we," which he's identifying as ADOS. The other kid earlier in the yellow shirt, he said "you guys," which immediately lets us know. I want y'all to listen to these little things that he's not including himself in the group. Okay, he's not including himself in the group. Shout out to Adrian again. Most black crime is poverty crime, which is my point on the law. Folks need to just stop. I guess it's just genetic failing, according to these dudes. They'd be better off taking a time machine back to eugenics period. Yeah. Most black crime is poverty crime. You go to places where black people are affluent and all of this shit goes away. It's not even an argument. Niggas ain't just born with guns in their hand. They're just born with the pistol. Just slide out the pussy and with the pistol in their left hand, ready to shoot the motherfucker that's going to slap them on the ass, knock it off. We know that this is a cause. And when you're born into this environment, whereas, oh, we got to get money because we can't do the thing that the other guys are doing. Right? Lord of Brooklyn, I'll get back to you in a second. But yeah, I just wanted to point out that this kid is using language that includes him in the group and the other kid did not. Okay? So, Lord of Brooklyn, I'll get to your statements in a second.
The distribution of these sources of media.
And who takes it in?
And
who takes it in?
Listen, if you're, okay, so let me put it in this context.
Everybody takes it in. Black people, white people, Asian people, they all take it in, but only the black people are committing these atrocities, right? So somehow rap music has an effect on black people that it doesn't have on anyone else. No, motherfucker. Life, art imitates life, not the other way around. And in the small instances that people are listening to music and mimicking the shit that they're hearing, those are isolated, smaller incidents. Culture is bigger than music. Culture creates the music.
If I have a company, right, and you guys are my employees, and I determine what you get to eat every day, that's also going to determine how you exist in this company, right? Like if you come to work and I say the only thing you can eat is processed foods and fried foods, and you're not going to get to have the best vegetables, etc. What's that going to affect? Your health, that's going to affect your ability to operate, etc. This is how the United States operates. There's a lot of us that don't want to admit that as much as accountable as we want to be, all of our brains also don't operate the same way. Some of us are much more apt to be indoctrinated than others. That's a fact.
I think that when we talk about black people, we eliminate the human factor a lot. And that not everybody can operate on some say, and this is only, and shout out to Nameless Protagonist, he says it the best. You know, I say it a different way, but I think he says it the best. He says black people are expected to solve the human condition. All right, shout out to Nameless. So let's go to Lord Brooklyn's comments. No, I'm saying that a bar, a restaurant, clothing store, boutique that is catering to whites in the gentrified areas still can't keep the degenerates out the same way they go everywhere else. And I don't get it. I don't get what that got to do with 3 niggas that got shot. I don't get it. He said, hey, what was the average household income of the black family in 65 adjusted for inflation? But yeah, I don't get this comment. There's always been non-black businesses in the black neighborhood catering to black people. I moved my pizza to Sal's Pizza. You know, Sal's Pizza and, you know, the Korean fucking fruit stand and all of that shit. That's before gentrification. People own businesses. We got McDonald's in the neighborhood, Burger King in the neighborhood. We always had non-black businesses when shit goes down. I don't get how that's connected to your point, bro. So white businesses supposed to push the crime down? I don't get it. We got a CVS in the hood, so niggas don't get shot because CVS is in the hood, Walgreens in the hood. I'm not getting the point here, bro. You're losing me, right? So Tiger says, I need to see some verifiable stats to substantiate your claims of degenerate black folks fucking the community up as opposed to gentrification, which is fucking shit up. The country, the hood ain't being gentrified for niggas.
1% of people that knows this. There's a whole show called Mad Men that's about advertising, etc. And if we don't acknowledge multiple things at the same time, then we simply cannot stop it. We can be as accountable as we want to be. And I hope that if you're right, because I hope you're right, I wish that it was a situation where if black people could just be accountable, then nothing else would matter. But unfortunately, that hasn't been the case because we have seen when we have black Black Wall Street in Tulsa, and we have Black Wall Street in Durham, that when we actually do hold our own and build our own communities, they will still come and run it down.
Nigga, go get a degree, wear a suit, talk right, stand up straight, don't commit no crimes, don't smoke no weed, don't smoke no crack, don't drink no alcohol. Nigga, do all the shit. Still nigga. You still nigga. Absolutely. Hey, Marcus, when we had communities that catered to black people, we couldn't keep the degenerate white people out. Yes, sir. Shit got to make sense here, bro. Let's go.
You've been voted out. Please return to your seat.
All right, I want to move to the next part of the discussion. Who comes after this? Nah, that ain't even worth it. Okay, so let's go. Systemic racism isn't a theory, it's our lived reality. So let's go to that part.
For partnering with us on this episode.
Just one more screenshot.
Trying to get through this.
And this SOP is finally done.
Okay, let me back this up. Let me back it up because I want y'all to hear it. We bring her up on screen here. So these are her claims.
Data and my next claim is systemic racism isn't a theory. It's our lived reality backed by data and history.
Ain't no way to deny this shit. But let's go. Let's go.
Hello?
Hello, John.
John Samuel.
Hello, John Samuel. First name. All right.
Blame my parents.
Hi, parents.
I want to listen to you first. Why do you feel that? Why do you feel that way? Why do you feel
John went to debate training before he came here. Okay. Ultimately, I feel that way because it's simply just facts. It's in the books, and that's why there have been laws to challenge it. There have been innumerable instances where actual systems were created specifically for the impediment of Black people to advance. We have also seen numerous instances where there were things created for Black people to advance, and they were taken back under the auspices of, we don't want them to advance. Ultimately, systemic racism exists in our institutions on a government level, in our institutions, whether it's prisons or schools. And
By the way, Bishop X, he said this one's gonna have me conflicted. I'd love to see some points that you would make where you're conflicted at. So we right now we're talking about systemic racism. Let me see. Let me make sure I get to Lord. He's saying, Tiger Crane, the point is that the culture within the Black community is problematic. Nobody disagrees with that. We talk about that shit every day. Gentrification is an external solution to the issue where the moral decay is at the heart of the issue. That part is bullshit. All right. Here is my point, and I'll explain to you why it's bullshit. Here is my point. Despite the external attempts to improve the circumstances of Black people, i.e. gentrification, you think gentrification improves the circumstances of Black people? I feel like Amanda Seals. You got to be acting. I just said gentrification ain't for niggas. Gentrification is the internal moral decay of the Black community that is preventing improvement. Hold on, I gotta stop for a second. Lord of Brooklyn, you think gentrification is done to improve the community for Black people? Said gentrification is an external solution to the issue with a moral decay. So gentrification is to improve morality in the hood. No, you ain't say that shit, bro. You did not say that shit. You ain't say that shit. Hey, look, we're gonna make it through because it's two more points. There's one more after this. I'm not gonna play everybody that debated her. We're gonna skip through. We've been on here for 2 hours and 20 minutes already. Right? Bro, you gotta be fucking kidding me saying that. No disrespect to you. I ain't gonna call you a name, I ain't gonna disrespect you, but you gotta be fucking kidding me if you think gentrification is done. So wait, so we knock some buildings down, build some new ones, move some white people in. That's supposed to improve black people morally? Huh? Let's keep going. I want you're gonna have to clean that shit up, brother.
And it is undeniable because they are actively trying to reinstate it right now.
Can you give me an example of one of those systems that you believe perpetuates that cycle of racism? Redlining. Okay.
Yes.
And how does that, can you elaborate? Like, how is that affecting the Black community?
Do you know what redlining is?
I know a little bit. I'm not an expert.
Redlining was a system that was created to determine property values and that said Black people can only live in certain neighborhoods and not in other neighborhoods. And the redlining lowered the property values of those Black neighborhoods by stating that they were more savage, that they were more dangerous, etc. Thus, they were not able to own property that was on a level of par to their white counterparts. There were also many efforts at just simply not allowing Black people to get loans.
Hold on. Let me back this up. I want y'all to see this reaction. Okay. We'll put this on the screen. Hold on.
They were more savage, that they were more dangerous, etc. Thus, they were not able to own property that was on a level of par to their white counterparts. There were also many efforts at just simply not allowing Black people to get loans for property.
Why Fat Boy put his face over his hand over his face? Like she lying about something.
Were more savage, that they were more dangerous, etc. Thus, they were not able to own property that was on a level of par to their white counterparts. There were also many.
What the fuck is wrong with him? All right. So he says gentrification improved parts of Crown Heights. I know for a fact you would feel safer. What make you feel safer? You just said some niggas got shot in gentrified Crown Heights. So why do you feel safer? Because you see white people walking around with poodles? What did it change? You would feel safer. Does that mean it's safer? So you would feel safer walking down Crown Heights, East New York Avenue, Buffalo, Kingston, now than you would before. Why? Why would you feel safer? Some new buildings? Why? But you said the degenerates moved in and fucked it up. No, the degenerates been there. I'm confused. You saying that it improves the moral decay of an area. But then you say the degenerates come and fuck it up. I'm trying to understand. Whatever degenerates are there fucking shit up, they were there first. Okay. Shout out to Nameless. I don't know if you just walked in here. He said, people, if you don't know about redlining and he doesn't know about racial covenants, it doesn't get more systematic than that. These dudes are up here breaking brick away layups. And he says, let's stop the cap. Guys, what takes place before gentrification? Wait, I've had my house for this many years, and now the value ain't worth a penny. Now the wealthy comes in, and I can't afford the taxes. Said it's only safer because as the whites move in, the use of cops as a weapon against black people goes up. Yeah. So Tiger says gentrification is not any type of solution to solve or ameliorate the internal issues of the black community. Policies geared to specifically for black people's needs are the answer. I don't understand how gentrification improves shit for black people or improves the culture amongst black people. It's not for them. It's to get your ass up out of here. It's to price out the area so you move. So they push you to some further out shit, and they take this shit. Okay? Over police shit to make it like it's some moral decay shit, and then we're gonna take this shit, which is what happened in New Orleans, what's happening in Detroit, and all this other shit. They make like you get these places in America where a house is $1,200.
Efforts at just simply not allowing black people to get loans for property, putting them in predatory scenarios where they were being essentially unable to own land. And that inability to own land, but still having to pay out a mortgage, if you will, or a rent, continue to put Black people in a conundrum of not being able to excel at the same economic rate as their white counterparts.
What I'm hearing from you, if I'm hearing correctly, is it feels like in the United States that for a while we've kind of established these systems at their foundation and they've continued on and they've continually just oppressed Black people, and we haven't dismantled them and we haven't done much so they continue to complete the cycle. Is that what I'm hearing correctly?
Well, in many of these systems, they have been dismantled maybe in name, but because this country has never dismantled the culture of racism, they end up still living in practice. So we see that, for instance, in the way that the appraisal system works. Now we saw there was an entire documentary on how appraisals have been also very racist, home appraisals, right? So your ability to sell your house for the value that it deserves.
Right.
There were a number of homes, particularly in Marin County, California, where Black people had one appraisal when they had their Blackness up. So they had their dashikis hanging, and they had their, they had their Black Good Times poster. But then when they removed all of those items and put up white people and a dog in the house, and then had their white friends come and pose as the owners of the home, the appraisal was significantly higher. And we have seen that in a number of instances. Now, of course,
why is that anything that you can deny? Like, that's definitely systemic, and you're lowering the value of property. Property is the foundation in which a lot of wealth is built in this country. It's not even deniable. Again, follow the money. But money ain't the issue. We don't need money. We just need to be good people, and everything else will fix itself. We can be some good broke niggas, and the culture will be great, and we could just be poor and hold hands and, wash our clothes and the shit like this, and hang shit up on the clothesline and sing songs, and we just some good Black people. We ain't killing each other no more, and it'd be just like the 1940s. Say even 50 Cent had his mansion under appraisal. It's not, you know what I'm saying? It's not a secret. I've been witnessing the city capital I live in slowly pour funds into improving the area, attract tourists with new residents. Those that live in poverty tend to leave the area because of lifestyle. Said, my man Bishop says, why they always bring up racism, but never bring up how we are behind Latinos, Arabs? How so? How are we behind them? I need you to break this down. How? How we are behind Latinos? How? We're not behind Latinos. So this is basic history. There may be a conversation to be had about racism versus anti-Blackness, the latter of which being a business model. Okay, so he says, Lord of Brooklyn, here we go. You cannot create reforms to correct for a moral failing. What are you talking about, bro? You said that gentrification improves moral decay. You said that. That wasn't my argument. So you had abject poverty in the Black community with less homicides. The reason there was a greater value for life. Let me tell you something, bro. In areas of America where Black people are educated and make good money, you do not have these things happening. You don't have these things happening. It's already been said, most Black crime is poverty crime. You always going to have people in a particular group killing other people in that group. Always. It's not ever going to go away. There's no pathology here, right? You're saying moral. Listen, I lived in a white town upstate in Nevada. There are bullet holes in the street signs. Damn near everybody up there is on some type of drug. If it's not straight up crystal meth, it's pharmaceuticals. I see that. and damn near the whole white town is on some sort of public assistance. I saw that. Don't tell me that ain't a real. I'm looking at the whole town. A friend of mine that worked at the prison, his girl worked at the welfare office. These white people are ghetto as a motherfucker. Stop using cosmopolitan, big city white people as your white example and using hood niggas as your black example. Stop doing it. Stop doing that. Gentrification does not improve an area for black people. You're still broke. Are you giving these people more resources? More shit? More money? Do they get raises when the place is gentrified? Like what happens for black people? You talking about, oh, you feel safer. What happens for the black people there? I'm trying to understand. And morals and intangibles. Yeah, morals. I'm trying to understand how do the black people in a gentrified area improve morally? You feel safer because now that there's white people here, there's more police to protect the white people from you. But how do those police protect degenerates from other degenerates? I'm trying to make the correlation between gentrification and a moral improvement in the area. You said it feels safer. What the fuck does that have to do with morals? Do the degenerates stop being degenerates because ooh, this is nice now? They made the place nice. I don't get it, bro. I don't get it. Make the connection for me. There's no moral difference. There's no moral difference between the hood when it was the hood and now it's gentrified. The degenerates don't stop being degenerates. Your story about niggas getting shot in the gentrified area proves that point. Let's keep going.
Is just Marion County, but there are a number of other scenarios where this has been relayed. And that's why there were certain efforts by the Democratic Party to say, okay, well, we're going to try and step in for this.
I actually remember that case, and I watched it with the family, and I thought that was just really just terrible. But the problem I guess I have with systemic racism is, I guess for somebody like me, where my family comes from, the Deep South, you probably don't even know it, Aliceville, Alabama.
Okay.
That's where my grandparents are from. And my grandpa came, if you saw the house that he grew up in, I'm not trying to be funny, it looked like a slave house. It was just, they grew up in poverty. And the fact that he was able to go from that and get the highest rank enlisted in the United States Navy amidst, all these, systems, so to speak, and he was able to buy his own house out in San Diego. He was able to, pass on these things to his son, my dad, and his.
I know somebody that knows somebody that knows somebody that knows somebody. The man sit next to the man. 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 Sit next to the goddamn man. Went to college and got his degree and joined the military and got this and did this and this and this and this and this and this. Fuck the the bill, the GI Bill, and what black people were promised that they fought wars for this country and all of that shit. Fuck all that. I know a guy. I know a guy that knows a guy that his uncles, sisters, brothers, cousins, aunties, uncles, brothers, in-law, grandmother, dog's owner. He did it. Maggie says, eugenicists love when people blame their degradation and oppression on their own made-up failings. Saves the oppressor from having to justify their abuses. Thank you for the super chat. $5. The DC crackdown is a great example of weaponized gentrification. So he says, what is this moral aspect that you repeatedly mention regarding white folks? What is it about white folks that you find make them laudable than miscreant blacks who follow them? I'm trying to read this. So is the moral like improvement that you put white people in, so now it's morally better? Are white people morally superior to black people? I'm just saying, if you ain't starving, you don't have to eat out the garbage. If you have everything you need, we talking about Maslow's hierarchy of needs. There's a lot of shit you ain't got to do once you got your needs met. Okay? You take a group of people, you say, we ain't gonna give you shit. They got to take shit. They got to survive. Especially when you got a system or an environment where materialism is the way. So even the shit that ain't basic needs like food, shelter, clothing, and shit like that, like you want to get ahead in the environment. You want to exist. You want to be treated like a person. And whatever that means, whatever that's defined by, now you got to get the items or the materials that afford that to you. Right? Because you're trying to get the best for yourself or your people. The people who created this environment did exactly that. This wasn't created by hard work. This America. We talking about morality? No, this is manifest destiny, motherfuckers. This whole shit here that you're standing in defending these people over here was taken by them motherfuckers. It was taken. There's some thug shit happened here. They took the land on some gangster shit. And then they stole some people from some other land on some gangster shit to build this shit on some gangster shit. And the people that they stole on some gangster shit, now they get on some gangster shit. And now we talk about, oh, these are degenerates. Oh my God. Now that the people who was on some gangster shit got some wealth and they no longer have to do gangster shit, even though for decades and even centuries, they've done the most gangster shit they can to keep these other people from being legitimate. We're going to stop you from being legitimate. So they said, well, then we'll do gangster shit. You did the gangster shit. So when we do gangster shit, then now you're morally inferior. Right? She said, Latinos are poorer than blacks and commit less homicides. How do you explain that? Well, let me ask you, shit. I mean, you go over to certain areas. So you telling me in LA, this shit is like not crime ridden? Where these Latinos live? What Latinos we talking about? And how much poorer are they than us? Don't make me pull it up. We watching the video. We're gonna revisit this shit. I appreciate your comments though. I do, because this is a conversation. I love these conversations. Let's not forget that every time a black town prospered, then it was bombed, flooded, destroyed, taken. What y'all want a nigga to do? $10 from Nameless. Thank you for the $10 super chat. I said it before, and I will continue to highlight it from the rip. North America was not a place to live. It was a place to do business. The reason people live here is to do so to do business ultimately. So yeah, which Latinos? Yeah, you got to tell me which Latinos. Said, bro, Latinos commit the most murders. like I said earlier, my Mexican friend said we murder people wrong. It's not a murder if the feds don't find the body. It's only a missing person. Bow. Name the black cartels. Name them. Name the black cartels. Let's keep it moving.
Grandchildren, now I'm able to get an education. I was able to get my undergrad, my master's, that, the great great grandson of enslaved peoples can now say that, educated and can even run for Congress. I don't see how these systems are still in place as they were before, because before I would say you do have a little bit of a foothold. You do have some validity there. But I just think these days when we call it systemic racism, really what we're calling it is those people who may still be in those institutions, those individual people who may actually be racist and hold some racist ideals, who are continuing to perpetuate this. I believe it's those people. So in all reality, the problem is not the systemic racism. The problem is us. The problem starts with those people who are perpetuating these, racist ideals. And so I feel like just to attack these systems is it's nonsensical.
Who's running the systems?
Like which system? You're talking about
whether
Congress,
it's the prison
government?
whether it's the prison industrial complex. We're seeing this now with immigration and ICE. We're seeing this also with the effort at not making schools available for equal level of schooling available with the voucher systems that are now allowing tax dollars to allow people to go to segregated schools.
Right.
Who is controlling those systems? So for instance, in Tennessee, right?
Yeah.
So in Tennessee, you have a Senate and a House of Representatives that is largely controlled by white Republicans and that have actively said, we are not going to consider what the people want in our constituencies. We are going to simply just do what we want to do, to the point where they have removed.
So it's only in those states that have largely white legislators or largely white people are controlling these systems. I'm not trying to put
All right,
words in your
guys, I'm so sorry. You have been voted out. Please.
So they voted him down, but I think that he's probably the best guy that she's had a conversation with. If you notice, she didn't crash out on him at all. I think it must be said, and it just in all fairness, that Amanda Seals, at least for the purposes of this discussion, right? If approached correctly, you could have a conversation with her. As long as you ain't going, super left, saying dumb shit, wild, willy-nilly, and you're listening and she'll listen to you. Just for the purpose of this discussion, I'm not saying that to say that she's great or that I fuck with her. Talking about today in this conversation, right? Yeah. Hey, look, Henny, I know. He says, respectfully, don't be disingenuous. I mean Latino as defined in the census which would transfer to the FBI's crime statistics. Do you want me to break down black crime by ethnicity? Yes. Yeah. Actually, yeah, we would. Because I would argue that a lot of the crime that black Americans get credit for is committed by motherfuckers coming here from somewhere else. So yes, Lord of Brooklyn, yes, you're for Brooklyn, right? Crown Heights, wherever you're at. You done know. You know where I'm going with this, okay? I definitely would love you to break that shit down by ethnicity. I want to know how much of the crime we associate with degenerates is actually black American crime. Because we keep having to wear the jacket from motherfuckers from other places. And these are the same motherfuckers that say we're the ones sitting home smoking weed, playing video games. So yes, break it down. Absolutely. So yeah, break down the Latino shit and break down the black shit, because everybody ain't black in this motherfucker. So you opened up a can of worms that you didn't want to open up, bro. Okay? He says Latino refers to inhabitants of approximately 23 different countries. The motivations and norms of a Puerto Rican isn't the same as a Mexican. Facts. Ooh, that's a strong one. That's a strong one. That's a very strong one. Let's keep going.
Turn to your seat.
All right. Who's next?
Oh, Lord.
So to go back to your claim, you basically said something about Tennessee and how they said.
Now we're gonna skip this guy. He's boring. We're gonna skip to. Let's see. Okay, let's go here.
Rates go up the closer you get to your moving date, and waiting could cost you. So lock in your rate today.
Oh, Ryan, nice to meet
Okay.
you.
Thank you.
All right. How you doing, Amanda? I'm Ryan.
Ryan. Nice
to meet you. Thanks for being here. All right. Well, what I would say is, as far as systematic racism, right? I think most of us would agree that at the very least, it has occurred in this country.
Okay.
Right. You know, we've had slavery, we've had Jim Crow segregation, all these different things.
Yeah.
I think my argument would be that right now, in modern America, I don't think, at the very least, it's not as prevalent as it has been to where it could stop us from being successful. Okay. I would say that it's not a thing anymore where it needs to be talked about so much and so much attention focused on it. I don't think that currently there is systematic racism in a way that is going to be harmful to us. You know, like I said, to stop us. If anything, really, I think institutions such as things with DEI.
What do you think DEI is?
Basically, I think that it's in a way it's racism against other races outside of blacks. And so,
Where did you get that concept of it from?
I've researched a lot of things. I looked at different clips from both sides of the argument, things like that. But
concept of it.
Racism against other races.
What do you think DEI is?
Basically, I think that it's in a way it's racism against other races.
Racism against other races. Adrian says we can't flatten Asians because we can plainly see how the income stats for Japanese are different than Vietnamese based on white State Department. You know, we also, let's not forget that Indians are Asians. And I think when we say, you know, Asians, we typically think of Mongolian Asian. Okay. So let's also, you know, do that. Yeah. Yeah. And Tiger says, yeah, I'd very much like to see that breakdown of crime by ethnicity. Absolutely. Absolutely. Yeah. You just, I wouldn't have said that. Would you like me to break it down by ethnicity? Yes. I wouldn't have did that, brother. We ain't gonna forget it neither. I'm waiting for that one. Take all the time you need.
Outside of blacks. And so
where did you get that concept of it from?
I've researched a lot of things. I looked at different clips from both sides of the argument, things like that. But basically my point is, I think that as far as systematic racism, I think that there's evidence from the other side in that there's different things that are pushing black people up in ways that are not fair and different things like that. Because I think that we should be merit-based. I think that should always be merit-based. And where we're in, you know.
Only niggas want shit to be merit-based. Nobody wants to compete with you. Only niggas want shit to be merit-based. That's why you got Macklemore winning, you know, the Soul Train Award. But your ass, there's no rap category at the Grammys once upon a time. If shit was merit-based to begin with, we wouldn't be having any of these discussions. Let's make one thing clear. I think that most people with sense would say, whether it be affirmative action, DEI, whatever, the person that's getting hired should at least be qualified. Nobody's saying give an unqualified person the job over the qualified person simply because this person, you know, fits a category. I don't think most of us, I'm not saying it never happens. I'm saying it shouldn't happen that way. Should not give unqualified people the position over qualified people, no matter what. But when you find a qualified person, let that motherfucker get a chance. Then you can point. It's like you don't want these sorts of things, but then you want to use these people as examples. You can't use this person as an example of success for your post-racial argument. But at the same time, say they shouldn't be there because they're a DEI hire or a DEI promotion or whatever. You got to decide what you want. You know what I'm saying? Let's keep going.
When there's jobs and the different things like that, race should not be something that's considered. And so I think that, let's say that there are ways right now where systematic racism is still alive. Again, it's not holding us back to a point where we can still be successful. We've seen so many examples, today in modern times where Black Americans can, there's no opportunities that I have that a white person or that a white person has.
I don't know about that, but I will say this. You put a Black name on a job application, you know what happens, versus a white name. We know that's a thing. So we're going to pretend that's not a real thing. Same qualifications. Bone Quisha versus John. No? This is a motherfucker pulling himself up by his bootstraps. So now, you mad because they won't hire you? Oh, you need the white man to hire you. No, build the company, then, So now I got to build the company. In an industry that's already controlled by these people because they had hundreds of years head start. They already control the distribution. They already control the shelf, the shelf space. They have the trucks. They have the warehouses, all of that infrastructure. But you got to build it in 2025 to be able to compete with them. Yeah, Bone Quisha. Yeah. Bone Quisha Jenkins. Can you imagine the board meeting? Like, so what is the future projections? Bone Quisha. You go ahead, Bone Quisha. I know that was extra, but I couldn't resist. This really looked like Fox News talking points versus someone who is used to seeing them often and responding with the obvious. Yeah, I agree. Everyone other than niggas feel no guilt when it comes to nepotism and doing anything to advance their group, their clan, their sect, their tribe. Niggas are the only ones with misguided righteousness. Everybody else will cheat. They'll get their man in. Their fucking stepson or somebody. Fuck them. I'm going to get you in. You got fathers getting their sons in the union. The other part of reparations is, because people talking about motherfuckers sitting in the crib playing video games, smoking weed. White folks get to inherit the legitimate and illegitimately gotten gains from the previous generation. Trump has inherited a fortune that was gotten illegitimately. The Kennedys, the Carnegies, the Bush family, all of this money is crooked. If you burn the town down and you take away the land, you took my fucking inheritance. You fucking clown. This is why you owe me. Because you took my shit. Madam C.J. Walker was a millionaire. Once upon a time. What happened to the company? I got knocked out. Shit fell. My tablet fell on the keyboard. Let me put this shit down here. What happened to the Madam C.J. Walker hair shit? Who sucked that up? Who ate that? What happened to the company? Where's that shit? You can inherit wealth and you can inherit poverty. What we have is every generation, a nigga has to start from zero. A BK, let me ask you something. If you're born into an inheritance, do you go shoot up 3 niggas on the sidewalk? Huh? If you're inheriting something from your grandma or your grandfather, the previous generation, you ain't got to do none of this shit. You ain't got to join a gang. You ain't got to do none of this shit. This is the money thing. Capitalism is all fucking money. Keep these niggas broke so they have to do this wild shit so we can say, look, they doing wild shit. Damn, I done lost my share screen. Let me bring that back up. They doing wild shit. Look at them. They're degenerates. World history is full of European degenerates. Let's keep going.
That I don't have. I believe that all.
Are you sure about that? Can you actually say that?
I would say that I have every opportunity in this country to be successful, to do what I want to do, and to stand on business that every other race has. Absolutely. And
do you have the
again,
same support?
Even if I don't have the same support, I can do what I got to do.
Do you have the same support?
I probably have more. I can have more.
Even if I don't have the same support. You got to build it on a minimum wage check. I remember being in a building in Greenpoint, Brooklyn, had my studio in there. And I remember the suite next door being empty. And then the next day, these young dudes, these young kids moved into this place and they had brand new Macs in the boxes. You know, they furnished the whole shit in a day. Right? White boys. Where does this money come from? Yesterday, it didn't exist. Today, it exists. They open for, we open for business. I'm seeing Max, brand new. You can smell a new on the shit. You can smell it. This is your tax money. Your dollars. Black people pay taxes too. Your ass, it's your minimum wage job that they taking taxes out of. They sending the money overseas. Corporate welfare. Everybody want to talk about nigga welfare or poor man welfare, but nobody want to talk about corporate shit. Oh, you ain't got to pay the money back. Yeah, you know what? Declare bankruptcy on the company, defunct the company. We bankrupt. Grand closing, grand opening. This is something the small hats do. I remember when I was living in Flatbush, every so often, a new company owned the building. New name. Every few years or months or whatever, they would change the name of the fucking company that owned the building. They would pass the ownership from one entity to another. This is how they do it. And then they can borrow on the new credit line of the new company. And when they fucking fuck that up, they kill it and they create a new one. This is how it's done. More people who don't understand systems. Most people were one bad situation away from being exponentially worse off than they are today. Many people who are successful from networks. Yeah. See, I ain't got to sit here. Read, Think, and Grow Rich. I think it was Raj Chetty that found that black folks are the most likely to end up in poverty even when born into upper middle class. Yeah, because you get locked out. Bootstraps can't give you priority notice on job opportunities. IT can't give you insider knowledge on position grooming and intern windows to advance.
Same
Support than
community
others.
support?
I have excellent community support.
That's
Absolutely.
lucky for you.
Sure. Yeah.
Where did you grow up?
I don't believe him. He's lying. I have community support. I don't believe you. You just saying shit because you know she's making good points. You can't concede to him, and that's the problem I have with these types of niggas. Like, yo, bro, there's a couple of them that did concede to some of the things she was saying, but yo, yeah, I have community support. What community, nigga? Knock it off. You're lying. I don't believe you.
In a lower income, middle income, high income community?
It was middle income.
Okay.
Yeah. So again, I think that even those who grew up in very needy situations, right? They may not have been dealt a great hand of cards,
But they still
they can still, I think it comes down to accountability. You can still play your hand and play your cards strategically.
I don't think anybody disagrees with that to a certain level, but yo, like that produces limited results when you got bigger systems working against you. Bigger systems working
strategically in a way where you can still be successful, you can still do your thing, and you can wind up on top. And there's nothing stopping us from doing that.
would you say that low income white people and low income black people have the same ability to excel?
You know, we don't usually
course they
hype
do.
stuff up, but after sitting down with the founders of Wingbits for over an hour, we got some
White poverty is not black poverty. It's not. It's definitely not. How about this? Go to a third world country. As a black American, go to a third world country. I mean, we got passport bros. That's enough to say poverty ain't poverty. Because them people over there are really poor. They're really poor. Those motherfuckers, you'll feel rich. Go to a third world country.
I would say they have the same ability to excel.
Okay, so I'm going to start countering from that point then. So
He's saying that they have the same ability to excel.
On that,
would you say that low income white people and low income black people have the same ability to excel?
I would say they have the same ability to excel.
He's being disingenuous. I don't believe him. These niggas is just saying whatever. He's being disingenuous. Get the fuck out of here. I went to college, and the white people in my class were there on daddy's money. They didn't have to think about shit but going to school and getting good grades. Nigga, I had to work at Sam Goody after work. And my mom was on my head about the little bit of bullshit money I was making. We are not the fucking same. Now, the benevolence of some of my white classmates fell upon me. I'm sitting in the cafeteria between classes. Usually I'd get a couple slices of pizza. I'm sitting in there. I'm eating no pizza. This kid walks in. This is a kid I know. Long time ago, I don't remember his name. And I'm in art school. I'm in college for art. I didn't say shit. I didn't ask for shit. This dude just hands me, you know, the cards that they give you? Because daddy paid for all the meals for the whole semester. Right? My man hands me his card like, bro, he didn't say it. Yo, go get you something to eat. Hands me his card. And I can't say no, nigga. I'm fucking hungry. Nah, I'm good because of my pride. Nah, nigga, I needed that. Now, mind you, when I was in college, I had two motherfuckers sitting with me super pro black motherfuckers with dreads and shit, right? This is who I went to school with. Yeah. Fuck these crackers. White boy came and said, here, get something to eat. Because daddy's paying for everything. This ain't, I don't give a fuck. So I couldn't really be on the fuck these crackers train. I'm sorry, bro. I'm sorry. Right? None of y'all niggas ever bought me no pizza. I'll fuck. But I'm saying, we're not the same. We're not equal. They live in a dorm. I got to get on a bus and the train to go to Manhattan to work at the music store and then ride back to Brooklyn. And I got to do this shit again every day. They say, yeah, nah, I'm good. The hungry nigga version of we don't need no reparations. Yeah. Oh, no, I don't want that handout pizza. That pizza's a handout. Nigga, fuck you, nigga. Fuck out of here. Let's continue.
Okay, so I'm going to start countering from that point then. So ultimately, we know that our low-income communities are not given the same access to resources on a myriad of levels. They don't even have the same air quality, okay? We know that low-income communities in general are also going to be much more policed than other communities. We know that policing as it exists in the United States came from slave catching. So even the tradition of policing comes from protecting property, not protecting people, okay? So let's start there. When we talk about low-income, like the working class Black people in this nation, we know that they have never been considered, ever, whether they were slaves or not. They just weren't considered. And we also know, as our brother Isaiah pointed out, that there are still people in very powerful positions that hold very personal positions as it relates to racism. And so in that way, they are impediments to someone moving forward. When we talk about DEI, the concept of DEI is not about lowering a standard. It's about widening the options. So we live in a nation that I feel like a lot of y'all are looking at the United States as a long history of something. We have a short history. All right. For 400 years, there was slavery. Black people were not even considered whole humans. We were 3/5 human. After the Civil War, during Reconstruction, Black people were then subjected to the Black laws. The Black laws were specifically for Black people. The Black laws incarcerated Black people at such an exorbitant rate that they were able to get another slave labor force through the 13th Amendment, because you had Black people that were serving entire life, like months-long, years-long sentences for jaywalking. So when we look at these things, we act as if, well, why can't we just get over that? That's 2 generations previous, okay? So
it's like life with Eddie Murphy and Martin Lawrence. Life sentence.
If a father in the early 1900s was incarcerated for 2 years, how do you think that would impede their family from being able to grow, right? Now you're affecting the ability for their children to have 2 parents in the home. You also now have a mother who's like incredibly stressed and may have to always be working, so she's not able to parent, etc. We also know that there is a continued effort in this nation to not have Black people know the.
All right, let's skip to, we're going to skip past on girl. We're going to continue. So next topic.
You're not going to believe what happened. Tell me everything. I'll show you on Monday.com. So I started the biggest initiative.
Okay, she runs out of time. Let me bring this up on the screen. So this girl gets brought up again, white black girl. White black girl gets brought up again, and her time runs out. So let's skip to the next.
Burkina Faso is not. That's time. My final claim is Black conservatism fails to meet the needs of the working class.
Or Black people. Or even Black people. Black conservative ain't doing shit for you niggas. Prove me wrong. I'm not saying that to say that liberalism is. What is Black conservatism doing for you niggas? Y'all are saying, hey, fuck the Democratic plantation. Well, what's over here? And then these niggas be like, well, why you expect? Well, because you want my vote. I pay taxes. I'm a fucking citizen. That's why. So yeah, I get to ask that question. And just off the premise that you're telling me, don't fuck with these people because they're doing nothing for me. So you're in essence saying, I should expect something over here. Because if I ain't fucking with them because they ain't doing shit for me, right? Then you're offering something here. And if you're offering nothing, that's just as good as the nothing over here. So I got two parties that are not campaigning to me in the way that they're campaigning to the non-black man. And if I say, well, you know what? They should campaign to me like, well, why do you expect them to campaign to you? You ain't been voting for them. No, they want me to vote for them. If you're saying I should vote for them, if you're saying I should ride this train, then you should explain to me what the benefits are. I should benefit. Fuck you mean? Oh, you want them to love you. No, that's corny. Try again. It's transactional. What do I get in the transaction? Let's go with this. Let's bring your man back up.
If you're injured in an accident, who you hire to represent you matters. Where they live matters.
Ant Dog. Okay, talk to me.
So I think Black conservatives, we're the ones who really want the best for working people.
Oh.
I think we're the ones, like a lot of the liberals, a lot of the leftists, they want us to do things like office work. They want us to go reparations, try to get things from the government and get handouts. We say, hey, go out there and work. Go out there and get these jobs that are available. Work with your hands, do skilled trades. That's where a lot of us talk about, skilled trades.
That's what you talk about, but I'm trying to understand how these are benefits. How are these benefits? I don't get it. Like he's trying to say, you know, we want the best for the working people. Well, go get a job, nigga. That's the best we offering. Yeah, I don't.
So working class, that's really a Black conservative thing, in my humble opinion.
I would beg to disagree. I think that would be true if Black conservatism also created pathways for people to get those jobs and also to be able to challenge the corporations that are using their labor, that are stealing from them and not impeding them from having a union. So for instance, like in the South, right? I just left North Carolina where I met with the USSW, the Union of Southern Service Workers. This is an unofficial union of individuals who work at places like Waffle House, at Food Lion, etc. And their unofficial union is unofficial because the conservatives in that state will not allow for them to be officialized.
Legitimized.
Legitimized.
There you go. I got you.
It will not allow for them to be legitimized because then they would be able to push back legitimately on the corporations to get fair wages, right? So like someone was telling me in this organization that she was in Baltimore getting $15.25 as a minimum wage. And then when she moved just one state away, she was now only getting $7.25 for minimum wage, but the cost of living was the same for her. So when we talk about, you know, the effort of saying, go out and get these jobs and get these trades, et cetera, I think that is valid. But I think that the impediments by leveling up corporations and by pouring into the effort of corporations to keep billionaires, as Black conservatives, you are actually cutting off the ability for those people to excel.
Okay, I understand your point, but a lot of us are more about being self-sufficient. So the South, a friend of mine down there, King Randall, has a school for boys. He's 22 years old. He has a bunch of kids living with him. He's teaching them physical skills they can do. Okay, being a mechanic, working on your car, working on your house, doing things with your hands. So you don't got to worry about corporations. You could be your own man. You could be your own woman. And also, didn't you also say earlier that you're against unions? But are you for them now?
I never said that.
Oh, so you're for unions?
Absolutely.
So when the unions keep Black folks out, you're for that as well? Because that's traditionally what they've done, keep Black folks.
So being for a union means that you're for keeping Black folks out the union? That's the dumbest shit. Yo, did he say that? So you're for unions? Yeah. So you're for... See, you know you're fucked up, right? Yeah, I know he fucked up here, right? He fucked up here. She says she's not against unions. He says, well, unions kept Black folks out. Isn't that the racism you're saying doesn't exist? I thought it was no racism. I thought we was over that. I thought we were past that. You done fucked up, brother. I thought you were trying to disprove racism. Oh, but if you for unions, oh, you must be against the racism in the unions. Oh,
You're against unions, but are you for them now?
I never said that.
Oh, so you're for unions?
Absolutely.
So when the unions keep black folks out, you're for that as well? Because that's traditionally what they've done, keep black folks out, correct?
Obviously, I am not for that. The reality is that unions have definitely in the beginning kept black folks out. And the reason why they were keeping black folks out is because after the Civil War, when there was Reconstruction, you had all these black people that had been used with free labor and they had skills, right? Whether they were a blacksmith or a carpenter or whatever. However, they could not get jobs because the white people who now had to fend for themselves, if you will, because they didn't have slaves, they had to go and learn all these trades.
Right.
And so they actively kept black people out of those jobs. And then what they would do is that when they would, as a union, say, we're going on strike, the black people would be like, well, we'll work because they won't let us in their union anyway. Jobs that the people were on strike for, they would hang them. They would lynch them. So yes, these are real things that have taken place. But we keep having these conversations where we acknowledge the past when it's convenient, and then we only stay in the present when it's convenient. So you can't simultaneously say, well, everybody's fine now and there's no systemic racism at the same time as stating that there are unions that are racist and unions that aren't racist.
Aha. She got him. Got him. It's like when people ain't no racism. There's only racism on the left. Wait, hold on. You said there was no racism. I'm confused. And yeah, Leonidas, that's that guy with the channel. So racism exists when you want to make your argument, but then when it's her argument, then she's making it up. It doesn't, oh, ain't no red line and ain't no this or no that. Well, I don't know what you're talking about. You know, we got the same chance of making it as white people if we're both poor, and you know, the black college graduate has all the opportunities as, you know, the white college graduate or just the regular white person. None of this is real. But you want to point out the racism in unions. And that means because you support unions, you support their racism. That's like when I hear niggas, you know, talk about, oh, capitalism. Black people have not been able to perform in capitalism the way other people have. And it depends on how you define capitalism. Because there are different people, you know, different ways to define capitalism, right? And from what I understand, the capitalism wasn't even the proper or positive way to describe what we do here. If you talk about free market competition, this and that, the playing field is not level. And shout out to Adrian again. I was even also saying, even the criminal underworld discriminated against black criminals. You had criminals that would not do like criminal you know, transactions with black criminals. You couldn't sell your crack to the Italians. There's some people, they didn't want to buy your drugs, or they wouldn't sell you no drugs. Like, I got the money, you selling weight, I got the money. Nah, we can't fuck with you. You couldn't even, as a black person, function in parts of the criminal underworld. So legitimately or illegitimately, you was fucked over. They didn't want you part. So that's why motherfuckers have to shoot shit up. It was hard to have black organized crime. They was hating on niggas in that. Let's keep going.
Ultimately, there is racism in the United States. It is deeply embedded. We have seen it in a myriad of examples, even just yesterday or today. And Black conservatives are working against the working class because they are actively placing their vision, their ideology of Black excellence in economics solely.
Well, he just admitted to racism. while trying to disprove racism. And shout out to Nameless. She said, shout out to the casino game. Keep it 100 folks for involved trying to keep black folks out of a system we made, even the lottery history. Yeah, the numbers game. And that's something that me and Adrian had a long conversation about this shit yesterday. Cause I was watching this and I had him listening with me. So we saw about the numbers game, right? To be honest, like they had a whole in Vegas. There's a history that there was a whole section of town. Shout out to I don't know who's in here. Where my Vegas people at? Because I got Vegas people that pop up in my chat. There's a whole area of Vegas. We had black casinos here. I ain't gonna say we because I'm from New York. We ain't had shit. They had black casinos here, and them shits got shut down. They got them up out of here. In that area where those black casinos were is now the hood. The West Side is what they call it out here. Right? So the black underworld was kept out of being able to convert into something legitimate. That's when they was taking motherfuckers ill-gotten money while, you know, white people who we know were criminals got to build their wealth and their empires, turning their illegit money legit.
But there is racism
and in individual economics. And I think that's really the big difference of what we're talking about right now. You're talking about every man for themselves. Every man for themselves.
No. I don't say that.
Oh, you didn't say that?
I say that we have to be individual as people, as black people, but still get all of us on the same page. My friends at school, he's not just looking out for himself, he's looking for all these kids as well. So it's like, okay, I bring myself up and then bring everybody else up, rather than relying upon the corporations and white people to lift this up. That's where we come from.
So I think there's a difference between relying on and acknowledging that there are impediments of. And I want to acknowledge.
It kills me with these niggas. Nigga, we pay taxes. The government owes me. Fuck you mean? I pay into the society, state, federal. Black people as a collective pay taxes. So we pay into the system. The system don't owe us shit. Everything's a fucking handout. They take money out of your check, you fucking idiot. They owe you. You pay into the shit. It's like being a member of the club and you play club dues, but you don't get none of the turkey at the party. What the fuck you mean? You can't have none of the cookies. You part of the Raccoon Lodge. You can't dip your chip in the dip. I pay dues. What the fuck you mean? Taxation without representation, right? What happened to that? Nobody's handing us shit. Nigga, we pay into this shit. What the fuck you mean? This is what kills me about you waiting on the government to do this. Nigga, I pay. The government money is my money. The PPP money was my money. The $1,200 that Trump gave out, that's my money. That's our money. It's our money. It's like paying union dues. The union money is our money. But these are the smart niggas. These are the logical motherfuckers, right? That's our money. What you mean?
The reality that we keep seeming to bump up against, which is that everybody has equal ability, and they don't. Everybody doesn't have the same impediments. So, for instance, I grew up with a single parent, not because...
Me too.
I grew up with a single parent, not because my father was some deadbeat that didn't have... My father has a MD from Harvard. My father has an...
She said he grew up with a single parent, but he's sitting here as a conservative that's promoting, work hard and get your own. How many people he think that grew up with, with his same upbringing that these niggas think all these niggas just sitting around playing video games, smoking weed.
MBA from Tufts.
My dad was a firefighter, so working class, conservative.
He just didn't want to be a parent. So when we talk about this whole idea of like, oh, the blacks that are, not doing the thing, it's not about necessarily what class you're in. It's literally just about, we live in a nation that gives the option of, I don't want to be a parent. We live in a nation that gives the option of, I don't need to be in cooperation with our community. And as far as I'm concerned, Black conservatives do not address the needs of the working class, which are fair access to resources, which are equal access to getting jobs, which are equal pay to the same access as others. And we don't.
Equal to who?
Equal to other states even. Like, there's no reality where you can say that the same amount of white people are working low wage jobs per capita as Black people. A lot of the reason is because there's such a disparate incarceration of Black people that it impedes their ability to get higher level education as well as higher level employment, because we know about disenfranchisement.
All right, there you go.
We live in strange times.
So we're gonna skip to the last guy. Yeah, she's cooking these niggas. You know what? I'll play a piece of this, just a piece.
Themselves. Wouldn't you agree that, in order to get a job, in order to qualify for a certain position and an education system at a job, wouldn't you argue that it should be based off of qualifications and not your race or identity?
I've never argued that. I've never argued that. That's not
I know that you were saying that you would argue that it should be equal, right? So you're saying that there should be Black Americans in education systems, in jobs, but wouldn't you argue that they should be qualified for those positions and not just placed there because of their skin color?
I've never disapproved that.
Okay,
Nope,
so
That's not what DEI is. Do you know that?
Well, I'm not talking about DEI right now. Well,
because you're suggesting that I suggested that somebody should get a job just because they're Black. And I've never asserted anything like that.
You got people getting jobs because they white. Just cause. Or this because there's somebody related to them, or, again. It was a guy, I forget his name. He was basically saying the reason why a lot of these guys get brought into the country is so that you wouldn't have to hire a Black American person, but they fit the quota. So you bring in somebody from the islands or somebody from the continent, and you hire them instead of hiring a Black American. Yeah, but let them tell it. They destroyed her. Yeah. Again, I understand all the dislike for Amanda Seals. I understand it. Now, Nameless, a lot of people, I've seen it. Fantastic thinks that she lost this. Shout out to Fantastic. Y'all can go to his channel and see he's basically saying, he's agreeing with what everybody else is saying and disagreeing with Amanda. Fantastic. For those who know who I'm talking about. Fantastic. Yeah. He's disagreeing. And shout out to Fantastic. I fuck with Fantastic, but on this, Fantastic, I gotta get Fantastic on one of these politics as usual streams. He'd be somebody else to join in. But
I understand that you may not say that exactly, but a lot of the claims are, they're pointing to that.
No, it's not pointing to that. And so that is that I need to clear this up because it's a really important point.
Okay.
We live in a nation that has actively pedestaled white people. Can we all agree on that? That we
in the past,
we can't.
in the past, but not currently.
So fair. Okay. So how many Black people are a part of this administration's cabinet?
I'm not sure. Can you tell me? Can you fill me in?
Zero. Who?
So seems like there may be a couple.
That's not a cabinet.
I don't know.
Scott Turner.
Okay.
So
there are.
So we got two.
So there are.
So we got two.
Can we also?
We got two. So
Yay.
back to your point, DEI is about expanding.
Oh yes. Okay.
Not lowering credibility.
Okay.
So if we have a system that has very actively said these particular people are the best people simply because of their race, DEI said, or their gender.
Okay.
Because DEI mostly leveled up white women.
Okay. So it would be incorrect if it's, if we're pointing toward this, a majority of race is qualified because of the base of their skin.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah. Whether they're white, Black.
Okay,
I mean, race is fake anyway.
Now, I do want to touch on a point that you did mention earlier, that you would argue that, Black people have less opportunities in America. I do not agree with that. I have not had,
First of all, you're a light-skinned woman.
And so are you.
Anecdotal bullshit. Next person. We gonna skip past her. We're gonna bring young boy back, because we need to see him again for a reason.
I'm back. So let's talk about facts. I just want to move back to systemic racism because you mentioned systemic racism earlier. I just want to look at 3 applications of systemic racism against white people and against East Asians as well. So for example, we have the National College Attainment Network, which defines affirmative action or even race-conscious admissions as taking race as one of the factors in whether or not you're going to admit a student. And we noticed that when race-conscious admissions was out of it, Black enrollment dropped 64%. At UC Berkeley. And that is an act of systemic racism. Trying to look at people's races and allow them into colleges whether or not they're of a set race is racism. And it's race conscious. And Martin Luther King's most famous quote is that he doesn't want his children to be judged based on race, but by the content of their character. And the content of people's characters also includes merit. We have another.
I think that, and this is to I think it's who's that? I think it's Mr. Snazzy. Say he's seen several TikToks. I think this is more an opinion on who she is, and she's not very liked or likable. And then people are kind of like tossing her opinions and statements out because of that. Up front, I can relate. On a major level. I can relate. It doesn't matter how much sense you make. If people don't like you, it doesn't matter what you say or how much sense it makes. Whatever their biases towards you are, whether it's because she's Black, whether it's because she's a woman, because she's, Black and a woman, or just her history. Her history is her history. I ain't taking that away. But the problem is that we can't remove, just for a second, our opinions about a person to say, you know what, the shit that they saying is on point and it makes sense. And, I watch people's reactions to things as opposed to the thing. I don't care if the thing is real or fake. Reactions are mostly real. Reactions to something are mostly real. So you will always watch the reaction, not the thing. The reaction to the thing, right? So, yeah. People who, they're tied to their views on things. They're just going to toss out whatever she said that makes sense. Oh, she's emotional. Big man was emotional as a motherfucker. Motherfucker just kept going.
Example of systemic racism. Burgess Owens, he's a representative out of Utah. He's a Black Republican representative. He called out the MIT president for having Black-only dormitories. I mean, what does that mean? Why are we trying to segregate each other and say that Black people feel safer amongst Black people when the truth is they're actually more in danger when they're around Black people? And that's unfortunate. It's sad that I'm saying this, but it's the case, and I have to say it because it's true.
So again, he's talking about the whole dorm thing. Like, so again, Black students are killing each other in the dorms. So Black dorms have like murder rate. You got a murder rate at the college dorm when it's Black people with Black people. He said that earlier, didn't he? Stupid ass point. Let's keep it moving. We almost done. Here.
Okay, Black people are killing each other at a vast, crazy rate. Black men rapping about it. It's savagery. It's barbaric, and we shouldn't be doing it as a people. We should try to get more Ben Carson's. Ben Carson's cousins were murdered when he was younger, but his mother came to him and gave him a book and told Ben Carson to read and study to not be like his cousins. And Ben Carson separated 2 twins at the back of the head, and he's known as one of the best renowned neurologists or neuroscientists that we've ever seen. Right?
Ben Carson said that slaves were immigrants.
Well, they were brought here to the United States, and many of them were slaves.
People on the left and the right, they kill me with this tokenism bullshit. They kill me with this shit. This tokenism. There's always this shining example of a person that, what I'm saying? Yeah, okay. Madam C.J. Walker, again, millionaire in her time. So that means everything was fair and just, and anybody could have been a millionaire at the time. Yeah, okay. Let's keep going.
Even we know that to be a fact.
What is the difference between someone being an immigrant and being a stolen person?
I mean, I understand that many people were stolen here, but 90% of historians agree that slavery would have not been possible if Black slave owners within Africa didn't sell off their people. White people didn't show up and just start stealing people. They didn't do that. That's not how that worked.
They literally did that.
But they didn't. They worked with Black owners and Black. The Arabs did the same thing.
Did that.
It's funny,
and Arabs did that as well. And I think it's very important. And I think it's important.
2 things can be true at the same time.
Important to note that there is an oversimplification of history as well as of Black people in Africa. There's a failure to acknowledge that in Africa, Black people did not consider themselves Black people. That was a racial distinction that was solely created by white oppressors to legitimize slavery.
Arab oppressors, actually, because the Arabs did it in the 7th
To
century.
legitimize,
They were the first ones.
They did not name it under Blackness. They simply just.
I don't care if you're the first to do something. I mean, shit. What that mean? Okay, the Arabs were the first, slave owners. Okay, well, then these people. Okay, so I don't get it. Why you brought up the Arabs to make the white version better, or because everybody was doing it. That means it's great. I mean, we talking about a different type of slavery here and the unique type of situation here. But ain't nobody else told to forget their situation. Let's keep going.
Decided we're going to go and have enslavers. This was a decision that was actualized and then tried to be pushed forward through eugenics. Literally, there was an executive order that was passed a few months ago that said that Donald Trump wants to now control the museums because he wants to take back control of the narrative around race. And in one of these museums that they cited was that there was a display that speaks about race not as a biological thing, but as something that has just been created as a social construct. And he stated that is an incorrect expression of race, that race is biological.
But it is biological. Like let's look at our phenotypical traits, the nose differences, the hair texture. It's a biological thing. Sure, there's a social concept, but there's biological differences that exist.
You're very convicted in your lack of information around these things. Race and ethnicity are two different things, okay? Ethnicity is where you're from. Race is literally something that was created to put people into categories of.
She's absolutely correct here. There's really no argument against this. And he's going to try to ignore what she just said and continue. But he's a young kid, but I mean, if you're going to get in there and sound articulate and all this shit, know what the fuck you talking about. But they say she got cooked.
Asked to put people into categories of oppression. Race is not something that you are. Race is something that was bestowed and put upon you.
That's racism, not race. Race is simply the
race
aggregation.
Is literally something that was created and put upon you. And I want you to listen to me as somebody who has studied this, who has a master's in African American Studies from the Institute for Research in African American Studies at Columbia University. I want you to understand very clearly that race is not something that is biological. There is literally
Look at us. Look at the differences.
There is
You dumb fuck. She just told you the difference between race and ethnicity. You got to be stupid to really just be like tied to whatever your viewpoint is and just ignore these facts coming at you. And if you question this information, then say, you know what, I'm a study. But look at us, this race is black, white. What the fuck is black, white? These are descriptions. Black Americans are not the same ethnicity as somebody from the Caribbean or somebody from the continent. It's not the same ethnicity. Or Aborigine from Australia. There's differences ethnically, right? But we're all racially black. These are people that are getting on here pretending to be educated. Let's continue.
There is many differences that are equated to ours that has nothing to do with race.
Melanin content is not biological at all.
So if you have a black parent and you have a white parent, and now you come out looking white, how is that a biological proof of your race?
Most of them
There's
come
no
out
most of them.
having curly hair.
Stop. There's no most of them. You do not have anything to
You're
prove
mixed
that.
race too.
I am not mixed race. My mother is black and my father is black.
Well, my father is also considered black, but he's very much has a lot of European DNA.
You know what I think? I think that you are at a phase of your learning where you are a contrarian. And I look forward to seeing your development because I have a feeling that you're actually going to flip the script eventually, because you are somebody that definitely is grounded in wanting to learn facts and wanting to learn the truths of things. However, you're currently still stuck in an indoctrinated space that is tricking you into.
Is he really? Oh no.
Thinking that you are something that you are not. You are a black person who is literally having to receive the results of racism, but ultimately you are of an ethnicity that has thrived in spite of it.
A sign. Looking Jack come. The family must
Not really.
depart.
And that is where we really exist from. And that is where our resilience comes from in spite of systemic racism.
I think our resilience is happening now. I think growing, understanding the real problems, not going out and trying to protest against. You guys don't ever do this. KTS.
You guys. See? Aha. Aha, you guys.
You
Dre.
guys don't ever do that.
KTS
Who is
Dre.
you guys?
Members of the Black community that want to hold people accountable, especially Black people. So KTS Dre was shot 60 times outside of Cook County, Chicago.
She caught that. She caught that. One thing you got to say about this woman, whether you love her or hate her, she's sharp as shit. She caught it. Aha. You guys, what?
Chicago. How many BLM members came out? You earlier said BLM
Stop
is about
referring
police.
to me as you guys.
Okay, that's fine. So, for example, we had a really good example of this where it's not a police because I remember you
Where
said.
are you from?
Where am I from? What do you mean by?
There it is. There it is. There it is. She got him. Got him.
That? Like, what state am I from? Where was I born?
Where do you live right now?
I live in Florida. I was born in Angola, though. I was born in sub-Saharan Africa. Okay.
Where did you grow up for most of your time?
In Maine. I lived in North America.
In Maine.
Yes.
And what is the population of Black people in the town that you're from?
It's really extremely low, but I grew up around Black people, and there's a Black community
I grew up around Black people. Let's keep going.
where I lived.
And that Black community that you lived in, did they teach you about Black history in the United States?
I
Like,
learned Black history.
Are your parents Black American?
Yeah, my mom is Black. My father is Black.
No, I'm asking, were they born in the United
No,
States?
because I wasn't born there.
Oh, so you guys are all from Angola.
Yes, but again, I like I told you earlier, right? In terms of people like
Get the fuck out of here. Get out of here. Get him out of here. Get him out of here. Done with you. Get out of here. We finished. We finished. Get out of here. There's nothing else to talk about. I don't want to hear nothing else you got to say.
KTS, they were shot. BLM doesn't come out for them. And I remember you earlier
Well, I
said,
think it's really
hold on, can I
important
please finish? Can I please finish? You earlier said that BLM is worried about police, but when Daniel Penny choked out the man that we all know was causing violence on that subway train.
He was not causing violence.
He was threatening
Causing
people.
disruption is not causing violence.
He was threatening people.
Causing disruption is not
and the
causing
people
violence.
and the people there helped him also. And we know that he helped them.
I don't know what that has to do with BLM. Random people on a train is not Black Lives
showed
Matter.
up. BLM showed up for that. They did.
Showed up for what?
BLM showed up threatening white people, saying that they were going to go get white people. Now they
BLM
did.
protested.
BLM New York.
BLM protested. Where did you get that from? You see,
BLM New York.
He's making shit up. He's making shit up.
Your sources are not. You're not able to
But I have
cite
all
your
the
sources.
in New
Please go
York.
sit down.
Yeah, that's the truth.
Yeah, she's done talking to him. Yeah, go sit down. Nah, she's pulling that make my enemy my friend thing. I don't have the patience for that personally. If you're a dummy, I'm moving on. Yeah. How are you on this mess? And you are. Oh man, yeah, she's her mom's or some shit. Yeah, she's there. But at least look, again, I don't like to use the word tether unless you're performing tether shit. I don't call you a tether just by virtue of you being from somewhere. I think tether's performative. I'm gonna keep saying that. Right? I'm gonna end this soon. But yeah, get up out of it. Get
It's not the truth. It's not the truth. It's not the nothing you say is actually the truth.
Get him up out of here.
Nothing. You're not even American. You're not even a Black American. As the daughter of an immigrant, it is imperative that Black people from other places understand the disparate difference that they exist from Black people in the United States. It is not the same, period. And ultimately, the best effort that we can do as a diaspora is to lead in understanding, not in judgment. So when I am talking to somebody from Sudan, from the Congo, from Angola, I am listening to understand their experience, not to undermine it.
But you ran. The reason why I can't take tethers seriously, and she acknowledged it, and this is why I say we can't call everybody a tether. because of what she just said. And if you don't like nothing else about it, she just said some real shit. You got Trevor Noah, who will say the same thing. And he's from South Africa. Let me explain something. Let me explain something. You can't come to America to troll Black Americans about being oppressed by a white man when you ran from being oppressed by a white man in the country where everybody in government looks like you. You ran. You ran to enjoy the benefits created by the niggas you trolling. If you were so bootstrapped, you would have did it there. And every time this shit comes up, I'm going to say the same thing over and over. If y'all had it like that, you would have did it there. Y'all got the whole country there. Why didn't you build up the GDP of your own nation to the point where you didn't have to come to America? Why? Probably because your country has to pay reparations to some white people. You telling a nigga, we don't deserve reparations, but you're paying reparations to your colonizer. You're paying reparations. Your nation is paying reparations to some white people. But you come here to tell niggas we don't deserve some reparations. You're buying your independence. And then you wave that in our face. What are you doing here? Your country's free. I don't care where you're from. Haitians like to wave their independence. And how is that independence doing down there? How is it serving Haitians? You got to come here. And I'm not anti-Haitian because that's sensitive shit in New York. But if you're going to wave that independent shit, you're still paying the bully. I can't claim to be independent if I'm still coming to school and I'm giving the bully my lunch money. Exactly. Yeah, you're paying reparations and you shitting on ours. Nigga, build your own shit where you at. You telling the Black American why you want the white man to give it to you, right? Build it yourself. Come together and build it, right? You ain't do that where you come from. I'd rather have this conversation with another Black American than anybody from any other country. Nigga, you wouldn't be here if you did it there. How fucking dare you? You couldn't get a slice of pie at home. So you came here and the white man gave you a slice and you gonna taunt me because I want my slice and I built this motherfucker. You ain't built shit. There wouldn't be pie if it wasn't for us. It wouldn't be pie. And you eating pie in my fucking face and trolling me because I want a slice of pie. In all actuality, nigga, you're eating my fucking slice, you bitch ass nigga. You did nothing. You did nothing to contribute to the shit. You did nothing. You just came through and helped yourself, or shit was given to you by the motherfuckers that owe it to me. To me, a tether is a nigga from somewhere else. Nigga, you're wearing blackface as far as I'm concerned. When it comes to the ethnic differences, you wave your flag when it's convenient. And then you cosplay in blackface, American blackface, when it's convenient to get my fucking pie. People of color, right? People of color. And you're telling me what I don't deserve while enjoying the very thing that we fought, died, and bled for. And this is why you got a Tariq Nasheed or Yvette Carnell and an ADOS and an FBA, and it's so divisive. You're up in my shit while telling me I don't deserve my shit. You couldn't get no shit where you came from. Your prime minister looked like you. Your country is ran by people that look like you. Colonization is not the same shit as what we deal with here. It's not. That's why I can't even begin to have, and I'm from Flatbush, Brooklyn. I can't even begin to have these conversations with none of my niggas. They don't even approach me with this shit. Because they know they get fucking torn to shreds. These are my people from the islands, my people from the continent. I grew up with these people. They don't even approach me with this type of shit. They get ate up. I've been cooking these niggas since high school. Real shit. I've been cooking these niggas since high school. Okay? But if you don't like nothing else about this person that's on the screen here, you got to give her that. Say, yo, it's not the same experience. I don't care what she's saying, that she's being disingenuous or she learned it 5 minutes ago. She's acknowledging it and she's shouting it from the rooftops. Got to give her that much. She ain't shit in another conversation, but right here, she's what she is. She's right today. Just like y'all give Candace grace for being right here and there. Anyway, we about to wrap this up. I think she gets with old boy and they have a discussion.
America great again. The concept of make America great again did not start with Donald Trump. It started with Ronald Reagan, and it happened right after the civil rights movement. There was a very strong, visceral response by white people after the civil rights movement, after the Voting Rights Act of 1965, the Civil Rights Act of 1964, the Fair Housing Act of 1969, the Economic Opportunity Act of 1965. These were all efforts that were put in place on a federal level to say, okay, fine. Here
did I fuck up and say content? Okay, continent. Yeah. I'll be looking at some of these videos and I'll be hearing myself say like misplaced words and shit like that. I'm like, oh shit, fucked up right there. I'll be like, the girl and said this, and I meant to say the man. I'll be in my moment, y'all. Y'all gotta let me rock with that. Give me some grace. Y'all know what the fuck I meant. I'll be watching the playback. I'll be like, oh shit, I fucked up right there. You know, anyway.
Damn, we gonna give you a little bit of something to get your weight up. After that, there was a active effort made by conservatives, because that's also when we saw the flip between the Democratic and Republican Party.
Things that they couldn't.
With scribehow.com, you can create documentation in minutes, not hours. Until now, it took for
do. So that's why they said the 3/5 compromise, because then if it's 3/5 compromise, they don't get that power. But of course they're people, so they have to say something, and that's where this came into play. Because if it wasn't for that, this country would have looked a lot.
Okay, so I'm gonna give him, this dude talking right now, I'm gonna give him a point. He made a good point. I think it kind of went over her head a little bit. Let me back it up.
Person at that time.
Yes.
Most of the slaves were held in the south of the Mason-Dixon line,
I just
right?
said that, yeah.
So what would happen is
let's back it up.
One party activating higher levels of discrimination than others? Yes. Do we see one party that is more violent per se than others? Yes. And we can say this on many different levels. But when it comes to like enacting genocide or destabilizing other nations, we know that that happens on an American level, regardless. Okay. I completely agree that the idea that you have to act a certain way as a Black person is really problematic, because the Democrats and the Republicans, neither of them actually care about Black people. And when we talk about conservatism or we talk about being a liberal, neither of these aspects were grounded in how do we help to repair the harm that we have caused an entire group of people.
So his issue, because the last conversation was she would pick out someone and he would bring her issue to they would bring their issue to her. And I think his thing was, we need to leave the Democratic Party. And again, when it comes to these conservatives, they can't talk outside of that premise. So for some reason, they got from her that she's pushing liberalism, or at least the Democratic Party. So she's basically saying what I say and what a few of my homies say. We don't fuck with neither party. Shout out to Nameless. He calls it political Mandalorianism. And I'm with that. I call it being a political mercenary. You know what I'm saying? So what did she just say? Let's bring it back.
Who made it possible harm that we have caused? Do we help to repair the harm that we have caused an entire group of people who made it possible for us to even have a constitution? So you can sit here and show me whatever you want.
No. The only reason why I was going to show you this is because
even with that constitution, we weren't even humans.
What?
When they wrote it.
So that was another fact check I wanted to kind of fact check before, but I couldn't say anything. But the 3/5 compromise had nothing to do with your 3/5 of a person. The 3/5 compromise had to do with representation in Congress. So there's a little note here. If you open this,
the 3/5 compromise said that the Southern slaveholders needed to be represented fairly in Congress. And because there was so many more slaves than actual white people in the South, they were allowed to count their slaves.
I want that to be acknowledged, because I've said this a million times before, that there was more black people, there's more slaves in the South than actual white people. I say this shit all the time. Okay. I just want that to be pointed out. Just want to highlight that.
As representation,
listen,
even though those slaves did not have the ability to vote.
If we were at that time, let's say the 3/5 compromise never happened, we were a whole person as a light of the government, right? If that happened, then this America would not be the America that you know today. Because what it was is, we were counted as
You're defending the 3/5 compromise, bro.
Can you listen? No, listen for a second.
Okay.
Because I don't want you to get mischaracterized what I'm saying, okay?
Okay.
Slavery was wrong. It was absolutely disgusting and immoral thing.
Okay.
I have nothing good to say about that. But the 3/5 compromise, if you counted a person who was a slave as a whole person at that time, most of the slaves were held in the south of the Mason-Dixon line,
I just said that, yeah.
So what would happen is they would have more representation in Congress, and thus those laws that were, by the abolitionists, those would have been gone. Okay, so that would have gave the South more power to do the things that they couldn't do. So that's why they said the 3/5 compromise, because then if it's 3/5 compromise, they don't get that power. But of course they're people, so they have to say something, and that's where this came into play.
What he's saying makes sense. It absolutely makes sense. If we're not saying counting somebody as a 3/5 of a person, or he's talking about representation in Congress, which is, he's correct about that. If they could count slaves as whole people, then those people's, being counted as a whole person would have actually served the purpose against them. Right? So what he's saying makes sense for the purposes that he's saying it. It's not a defense of it. It doesn't mean it's cool or good to do, but it would have boosted the numbers of representation in the South. And then, there's certain shit that they can throw out in favor of slavery. So yeah, what I get what he's saying here. It does make sense. And I think she's taking it as he's defending it, or it means it's a wonderful thing. And that's not what he's saying.
Because if it wasn't for that, this country would have looked a lot differently.
So you're suggesting that it was okay for slaves' bodies to not only be used for labor, but also used to empower those who are harming them to be fairly represented in government?
I think it's absolutely, they should have been used, period.
Okay,
I think it was
so then we agree on that.
Yeah,
so we agree on that.
It was absolutely abhorrent. There's no excuse for it. There's no justification.
If the South had their way, they would have represented those people as complete people in government, and then they would have had more power. So she's saying actually the opposite of what he's saying. But
where's the argument? Because ultimately, when there was an opportunity in Reconstruction for there to be equality and humans considered in a real way and protected,
Democrats torched it. Andrew Johnson.
Yes. as well as the Supreme Court. That's actually more important. What we have to acknowledge. The Supreme Court torched it. The Supreme Court has actively, throughout this entire existence of this nation, been at the forefront of impeding any advancement, and it ends up sending us back over and over and over again because it doesn't have term limits, because it doesn't have term limits. You know, it's not elected, it's appointed, and ultimately they have made it abundantly clear that they pick and choose when it's the states that are going to have rights and when they're going to be in a federal position of precedence.
Well, that has to do with the supremacy clause. So the supremacy clause is when a federal law is in conflict with the state's law. The federal law will override. For example, in California, weed is legal, right?
But federally,
it's not. So they can come down here and they could say, hey, we're going to raid all these places, and they would be completely in line with the law.
And so this is how segregation and discrimination ended up existing even after the civil rights laws of the 13th, 14th, and 15th Amendment were passed, because Congress said we need to protect Black people, and the Supreme Court said we actually are not going to give you the right to do so. For what it's worth, I think we can do this back and forth all day, but at the end of the day, I will completely agree with you. Black people need to let the Democrats go. I think Black people need to let both of these parties go and figure out a way to move forward together in our own nation.
You know what? I can actually get...
With Monday.com's intuitive work management
That's pretty much
platform,
it.
You have the power, not IT, not admins.
We are done.
You're
getting on with that because, you know, I don't believe that all Republicans are, you know, good and not using us as well. I agree with that. You know, I agree with that. And
let's sing a duet.
I'm for no matter what color, skin you are, or Black, whatever it is, think for yourself. If you think for yourself and you do your own research and you want to be a liberal radical, go for it. If you want to think for yourself and be a Green Party, go for it.
I agree with this.
If you want to be liberal and be a Republican, then go for it. It's okay.
Yes.
All right, I'm going to spare you this bullshit. All right, so look. Let's drop that down. Look, man. I don't know nobody else think. I don't know nobody else think, man. I'm of the belief that she cooked. I'm of the belief that she cooked. Right? She literally said the opposite of what he just said. Yeah. So now she's making a states' rights conversation. Yep. It was absolute population versus citizens for the Electoral College. Farrakhan broke that down a few decades ago. Yeah. This is a weird thing to get emotional about. She's letting that cloud her critical thinking. Yeah. Yeah. So, yeah, man. She cooked. Ain't gotta like her. I don't. Not a fan. I'm not gonna become a fan after this. We said this obvious. Amanda would agree to an interview with Tariq because one of those she's one of those feminist type broads that would find him to be one of the toxic masculinist males supporting patriarchy. Yeah, see, she's one of those people where you talk about politics, she sounds like a person. You put her in a gender discussion, she loses her fucking mind. You take conservative, you put him in a gender discussion, he sounds like a person. And you put him in a political discussion and he loses his fucking mind, right? But that's my nigga. That's my guy. We all need an Uncle Ruckus in our crew to keep us sharp. At any rate, yeah, this was the one black radical versus 20 conservatives. In my opinion, she did her thing. There were a couple holes there, but not enough for us to be like, she got cooked. Now, were these the best conservatives available? Hell fucking no. No, they were not. So some of y'all might view this as, yo, they gave us some bums to make her look like this wonderful debater. I'll accept that. It's just like Candace is trash, but she debates college kids. Ben Shapiro, who's a little better, he's better. But again, I don't want to see you debate children. Right? I don't want to see you debate college kids. Right? So the young boy and the goofy big nigga and all This is the Peter McNeely's. That was the name, Adrian. Peter McNeely. Remember Peter McNeely, the guy that fought Mike Tyson when he came out of jail? These are the Peter McNeelys of the debate. I don't want them. I want Sugar Shane. I want Canelo. You know what I'm saying? I want Floyd. Bring me them. And you might have a difference of opinion about Floyd. Floyd's unlikable, but he whoops ass. Me and Tito spoke about this. Yeah, he had a few close ones. Maidana, Zab Judah, Sugar Shane tap that jaw. Had a few close ones. Whether you love or hate Floyd, the nigga whoops ass. Yeah, Adrian. Yeah, Peter McNeely. Remember them? These are the Peter McNeely. They surrounded her with a bunch of Peter McNeelys. You know what I mean? And made her look like Muhammad Ali in this motherfucker. Okay? At any rate, this was interesting. We're gonna talk about it again. This might come up. Hey, Lord of Brooklyn, I'll be looking for you. This ain't over. You're gonna have to stand on you said, I'm gonna stand on that. Yeah, you're gonna have to stand on it, brother. All right, y'all. Peace out. Thanks for hanging with me. Let's get it. I'm out of here.